following grew, and then I have my fan base, which I call my Rays of Light. They're like my soul family that I've created, and so they've been very supportive throughout this whole journey in the last couple of years. But some of the celebrities that I've read for is Megan King Edmonds from The Real Housewives of Orange County, Rachel True from The Craft, the 1995 Craft, not the new remake. And
Hmm.
then a couple of others along the way. But yeah, that's how it came about. And so some of these people, when I read for them, they became friends or they reached out personally as a client for a private reading, etc. So it's opened up. My gift has opened up a lot of doorways for me. And I'm very grateful to God first and foremost, to spirit, the universe, the divine power, whatever you want to call it. Um, because without spirit, without them, this couldn't be possible. I'm just a messenger or just a vessel. So I'm very grateful for this.
Well, that's wonderful. I have a business degree too, and I kind of got into it kind of kicking and screaming. I didn't have a near death
Did you?
experience, but pardon me,
Oh, I was
you
saying, did
too?
you? I didn't know that about you, that you have the business degree too. That's interesting. Like we all have like a set of skills or education training, and then we go into something different.
Yes, yes, and well, it's kind of a calling, and sometimes we have to get a
Oh
jolt
yeah.
to get us to do what we're supposed to do. And in my case, my father passed away, and people
I'm
said they
sorry.
thought they saw him in a building that he owned,
Yep.
and so we investigated it, and I was invited to go to some psychic classes, and I became a top student in it, and I had an affinity for it. And then one thing led to another, and just one career didn't pan out, and another career didn't pan out. So I wound up doing this, and this is where I landed
Yep.
and have stayed for over 30 years. So we have that in
Amazing.
common. And now, do you travel to other places besides Corpus Christi? I know you go to Houston, but today earlier you told me you were in San Antonio. Do you do your work there as well?
Oh yes, I do a lot of traveling between the major cities here in Texas. Like I try to do events, metaphysical fairs in Corpus Christi, San Antonio, Houston, Austin. I've even done one in Burbank last year. So I went to Burbank, California. So I'm kind of like expanding and trying to venture out to different cities, different states. That's on the outlook for the 2024. So I'm very excited with the things that are to come.
Well, very good, very good. So, what do you enjoy most about being a psychic medium?
I have to say, John, the thing that gives me the most pleasure is in the healing that takes place from this gift. When people begin to cry, I take no joy in that, but I know that it's impacted them. Or, if they don't cry, they give me a big hug or they say a thank you, that this actually gave them a lot of insight, that it was helpful. And that's what the whole gift, I believe, from my perspective as a psychic medium, we were given the gift to help heal the world, to elevate consciousness, to be a bridge and a gap between, to bridge the gap between the spiritual world, spiritual realm, and the physical earth that we're on. And so I really, really feel like a warm feeling inside and know that I'm doing good with my gifts when I'm able to provide closure for people who, have yet are still wounded, or they're still dealing with grief, or they're still dealing with questions that they need answers to.
So, you would say that you validate them and that you kind of demonstrate the continuity of life that we continue after the death process, and
Oh,
would you say that this helps
absolutely.
them with their grief?
Oh, absolutely. And sometimes the grieving process will still continue thereafter, we provide insight and healing for them. But I personally lost my mother in July, and it was the hardest thing. And I think that the ego self, my physical self here on earth, was wanting to be selfish at the time and hold on to her as much as I could. And I fought, and then understanding as the medium that I am. My mom also was a medium as well. She didn't do it publicly. She did not greet people publicly. She was more of just having the gift and knowing of speaking to spirit. She would see them. But when I lost her, I had to before she passed, I had to talk to her, just like I'm sure many listeners today, if some of them may have had someone that they loved, and in the last hours, I had to give my mom permission. I told her, I give you permission to cross over if you want to, to go to heaven, to go home. It's okay. I'm going to be okay. Don't worry about me. And I said that, and it was so hard, and I meant it though, because I didn't want to see her in pain. I didn't want to see her suffering. And so I think that even with that, like understanding and using the gift for good, it gives me a peace, and it helped me with the grieving process. I'm still grieving every day. I miss my mom. She was my best friend and confidant, but I know, and I'm happy because I know that she's doing things and helping me from the other side. And it's like, for all of you out there, if you don't, a lot of people, I guess, as a medium, and you can probably attest to this too, John, a lot of people come to us and they're like, well, I can't feel my loved one. I can't see them. I can't communicate with them. How do I know they're there? Trust me, they're there with us. They're always thinking of us. When you think of them, they're with you. Their soul's with you. When you listen to that song that y'all used to listen to, they're there with you. So, like my mom, I feel her always around me, and when I'm thinking of her, I find comfort. So it's a beautiful feeling. It really is.
It is. It is. It is. I know it's nice to know that our loved ones are there, and sometimes people don't realize that they're just standing next to them or just right there
Oh yeah.
over their shoulder or whatever. So
Mhm.
it is a good feeling knowing that we can bring them some happiness that their loved ones are alive and just in the spirit world. So, what advice would you give someone who's just starting out in this field, and how would you tell them to get started?
That's a good question, and thank you for asking that. I would have to say, if you have a spiritual gift and you want to do what John and I do, or you know, create your own mold, even if you're not identifying yourself as a psychic medium, but you're maybe a Reiki healer, or doing some form of healing modalities, etc. I would say to be unapologetically you first and foremost. Do what you feel is the right thing for you to do, but also have thick skin, because I will say that the spiritual community is just like every other industry. There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of things that you will experience, and you have to really just believe in yourself. Don't get too much in your head about the future. Take it one day at a time. I feel like if you were given a gift, there's a reason for it. Use it for good always. And I will say that because there are people out there that use their gift for the not so good. But I feel like, don't be afraid to be unique. And I feel like for a lot of people, you have to push out of the barriers and the constraints that have been put upon you since childhood. And what I'm referring to is a lot of social conditioning, because a lot of people that are Christian feel like or any religious background, they feel like they cannot be a psychic or a medium, or they can't, you know, do spiritual work because of the religious constraints or the religious teachings that they have. But know that God is love, and God loves us all, and God makes no mistakes. And I firmly believe, I've come up a lot of I come up against a lot of religious people who didn't understand the gift, and I explained to them, not to get into religion too much, but because I respect everybody from no matter what nationality, religious beliefs, etc. But just try to understand that Jesus, when we look at him as a figure, I always say he was a medium himself. He could communicate with the Father, who was in spirit, right? He could heal the
Hmm.
sick, so he was a healer as well. So that's kind of how I position it to a lot of Christians or religious people, and I let them know that I firmly believe that this gift comes from God. It's not me. I take no credit for what I do. I'm very humble person. I know that if it wasn't for the divine power, I wouldn't be here. So I kind of like let people know it's okay to have your own set of beliefs and still believe in God or whatever you want to call the divine source, etc. And integrate that into into your patterns, but and
Mhm.
your teachings, your own. But I feel like your greatest teacher is going to be yourself with your gift. You have to believe in your
Yeah.
gift. You have to believe in spirit, because you can read manuals and books all day. You can take courses, and you'll have teachers and mentors, and that all helps. But at the end of the day, it's your relationship with spirit and your relationship with your higher self that's going to guide you through this journey.
Now, would you say though that when you're doing readings and you experience doing your readings that you learn a little bit about yourself too?
I'm sorry, can you
You
repeat
think
that last part,
do
John?
you think you learn a little bit about yourself when you are doing readings?
Oh, absolutely. I feel like I'm continuously learning. I don't know everything. And I feel like on this journey, you're going to find life is about continuously being open to learning from the people that you read, from spirit, from other teachers like mentors, other psychics and mediums. We're going to learn a lot about ourselves. Wherever, I always say that energy is always flowing and ebbing and flowing. It's always changing. It's always, we're always growing as individuals here.
Well, I agree with you. I believe it's kind of a part of our journey of self-discovery, and we find out more about ourselves, and we grow. Our perspectives
Oh, yeah.
change, and they broaden, and they get wider as time goes on. And it sounds like you're pretty much on the same path that I've been on, and you've done it in record time, very very quickly. So that's great.
Thank
And
you.
so maybe your mom will now be your guide as well, because moms are good about that.
I
And
think so.
so yeah, yeah. Well, because it sounds like she was a really good person, and that she was a wise person as well. So have you written any books or anything, or what's next for you? What do you think? Where do you think you're going with your work?
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that about my mom. I really do truly believe that with all my heart and soul, that she is my
Mhm.
guide and helping me now. As far as like what's next for me, I have a lot of upcoming excited projects that I can't. There's some things I can't talk about, the things that involve like
Sure.
possibly like TV, etc. But one of the
Oh,
things
wow.
that I have done is written a book. It's called Starseed Footsteps. It's on Amazon, Barnes and Noble. It's on all the major bookstores. And I wrote this in 2018, right around maybe about. I started reading people professionally around 2014. So right
Mm,
around
mhm.
2018, 4 years after I got started, I felt like there were so many people coming to me with questions about how do you understand angel numbers, and how do you
Yeah.
understand what happens to us when we pass. So I wrote this book, and it's available, and it kind of is like
Mm.
it's written in a blog format, but it breaks down different chapters. There's 44 chapters, I believe, and it breaks
Wow.
down different topics so that it's user friendly, and it kind of explains for people who are starting their spiritual journey and maybe need a little
Yeah.
guide as to understanding, like, hey, I'm not alone.
So
Like, he has experienced
Raymond,
that too, and she's experienced that.
I don't want to interrupt you, but
I'm
we
sorry.
only have a couple minutes left. How can
Okay,
people find you
sure.
on the social networks? Time goes so fast, but
I
how can
know.
people
Well,
find
all of
you
my social
on
media
Facebook?
handles are at Psychic Medium Ray. You can visit my website, www.raymondguzman.net.
Oh,
And
great,
again, all of
good.
my social media handles are Psychic, at Psychic Medium Ray. So
Okay. Well, very good. Well, very good. Well, thank you so much for joining me today and being a part of our show. We got things off to a
thank
slow
you.
start, but boy, you really answered a lot of questions and covered a lot of ground. So thank you very much. We still have a couple of minutes left. Any final thoughts that you'd like to give, and I'll spend the last minute kind of wrapping things up. But do you have any final thoughts you'd like to share?
Absolutely. I just want to thank you first and foremost, and the radio network for being able to be on this show. I think it's fabulous what you're doing. Bringing people like myself, other spiritualists out, and giving them a platform and a beacon. I just, any listener out there that, is kind of like still navigating their journey, don't give up. That's the biggest thing. If you have a dream, if you have a goal, no matter if it's to be in the spiritual community, et cetera, if it's realizing your business plans, never give up on your dreams. Always have a mentality and a vision.
Well, very good. Well, good advice. So thanks again. And I want to thank all of you for joining me today here on the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I, of course, want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy, for sponsoring us again this month. And be sure to go to their website, miraclesofjoy.org, I believe. It might be .net. Check that out. I just type it in, it's there. So just go there and be sure to use their promo code PS0023, and that will get you a 25% discount on anything that you purchase there. So once again, thanks a lot for joining me. I'm John Capello. Like me on Facebook, and I will be here next week here on the Psychic Side. So I look forward to seeing you then and talking to you then too. So take care. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, I am back. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. I have missed everybody. It's been a bit of a couple of weeks of craziness and regrouping. But I am here, your mini medium on A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I'll tell you, I have missed being here. Sometimes we have to take a little hiatus and do some grounding and reflecting and energy work. And boy, I have felt it. I feel better. We went through this beautiful eclipse here in Utah. I'm not sure wherever you are around the world, but we had the beautiful solar eclipse. And here in Utah, the more south you went, you were able to see it in its whole totality, which was really cool. I posted pictures on my Facebook page on Mini Medium on Facebook. And on Instagram on Mini Medium. And it's just the pictures we even got here in the more of the Salt Lake area. We still got, I think, 96% visibility. So it didn't cover totally. But anyhow, the energy from the eclipse, I don't know if some of you felt it, but boy, I did. I had a little bit of chaotic energy that day, and it was we had a flat tire, and my husband got COVID, and what else? It was just like, it was a lot. But again, I always feel like the universe tests us and sees how we respond, how we react to situations, and I think we responded and reacted beautifully. So the universe just pays you right back with all that good love and light and good energy, and we have definitely been seeing it coming with many blessings. So just a reminder to try to, look at things in a more brighter sense, if you will, and more positive way, then I feel like things can really, it can really come full circle and be still the silver lining, right? Seeing the silver lining. So anyhow, well, as usual, every night I do my show, I pull an affirmation card, and I have pulled an affirmation card. And what I do is I listen and pay attention to numbers. And today, the number 28 has been very strong. So, how I connect with that will be someone that is passed in the spiritual realm shows me the number 28. This will be like the 28th of a month that they have passed, their birthday, February 8th. Sometimes, the 2 and the 8 connects that way. It could even be the year 1928. If we've got an older family member that, was born in that year. So keep that in mind, because after my show on my podcast at 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 6:30 Pacific, and then we go to 9:30 Eastern Time. So I hop on my mini medium Facebook page and I do free readings for a couple hours. And I haven't done it for a while. So I'm so excited. The energy is so amazing. And the veil between us and the spiritual world right now is very thin. So if you're wanting to connect with loved ones who have passed, this is the time to do it with mediums because I'll tell you, our connections with the spiritual realm is unbelievable right now. So that veil is very thin between now and about November 1st. So keep that in mind. Okay, anyhow, here is your beautiful affirmation for the week. It says, "It is safe for me to explore unknown worlds and try new things." I freaking love this. This is so me lately. So I've definitely been exploring some unknown things, unknown worlds, and I have been trying new things. And so step out of your comfort zone, my friends. Do things that challenge you. Do something every day that scares you just a little bit, and you'll see how new opportunities will open up for you. It's incredible. Beautiful. Okay, all right. With that said, let's take our first caller. And this is Vanessa. And Vanessa's from Canada. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I feel like sometimes, even when we have to say we're okay, some days that's the best we can do, right? Getting through some of this crazy life.
Yeah,
You know?
that's so true. Yes.
Very much. Take the good and the bad days. I get it, my friend. Well, how can I help you tonight?
Well, I'm just kind of wondering about finances and love pretty much.
Okay. Finances and love. Boy, that's a good combination, right? Those go great together. Those go great. Okay, well, let's see. I'm going to pull some cards for you. Sometimes I connect to my cards and just like to see if they'll guide us. I don't necessarily read tarot. I mean, I can, but I like to just use the cards in a sense as a guide or a tool. So I just kind of intuitively pulled some cards for you. Now, I always ask my callers at the beginning, do you connect with the number 28 in any way, such as a birth date, a death date, an age? Um, February 8th can be the connection with the 2 and the 8. Do you connect with
um,
that?
yes. When I was listening to what you were just talking about before you came on to speak with me, the 28 is a profound number for me because that's the date that my father had passed.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
All right. I'm telling you, these beautiful messages. That's incredible, Vanessa. Okay. Well, I know that you're wanting a reading about relationship and finances, and of course, I will help you with that. But please keep in mind we may get some connections with Dad because he's. It's been a very strong energy today, and that number's been very profound. So that's how your beautiful loved ones let me know that they're here to channel and to give messages. So we'll see if we get any more from Dad. Okay, are you okay with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about your cards real quick that I pulled. So show them on the camera here. So if you go back and watch on the YouTube with the yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get some things I think from your dad. They'll come in and they'll start to manipulate my clairaudient and I'll start hearing things. But anyhow, but if you go to YouTube and Moonstruck TV, you can see the cards there too, or on Facebook. But here, the first card is the Six of Swords card, and the card came out upside down. So in tarot, that's representing what we call shadow work. So these are things that you're working on, the things you know you need to work on to just try to live your happiest and healthiest best life. So those things we don't so much want to deal with, but we know we need to so that we can let go of, past stuff. So then you pulled this 10 of Cups card, and that also came out upside down. So you got some shadow work going on, my friend. You've got some
Mhm.
reflecting for sure. So let me tell you, the first thing I'm very drawn to, uh, yeah, this really has to do with relationships. So let's kind of cover that. And of course, I'll keep my mediumship open with Dad. But um, now the sword card is where it's like having a sword where you're having to defend and protect and fight for what you are passionate about, what you believe in, what you're wanting to do with your life. You're finally stepping up and pulling that dang sword out and going, I'm done. I'm going to defend and protect and fight for what I want now. I'm tired of giving in to other people. And I really feel like you're going through that right now. And it's a bit of a stepping you out of your comfort zone a little bit, but I love it. I think this is such a beautiful new journey for you. So, do you feel like you kind of are a little bit submissive in relationships or give in?
Sometimes in my past relationships I would have to agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's why it's upside down, my friend, because it's your shadow work. So it's the past. You maybe have made changes, but what happens, you have triggers that come into your life. And when you have those triggers, it like sets something off, and then all of a sudden you start to respond or react to the past. So working on letting go of that stuff is going to be very beneficial, especially in relationships moving forward. So now, the other card, you pulled this cups card. When the cups card is upside down, it means one of two things. Either you are done, meaning that cup has been turned upside down, you're done with whatever was in that cup because it wasn't serving you in a positive way. Or the other cup is where it's never been right side up. You've never really had that opportunity to fill that cup up. So you're working on tipping it right side up. And that can really be, if you want to label that cup, it can be change, opportunities, letting go of fear and doubts that you have. So when I see these two cards together, and really how I feel I'm drawn to you, um, as far as relationships go, I feel like there is somebody that you are connected with. I don't feel a commitment at this point. Are you kind of just seeing someone, dating?
I'm actually not seeing anybody right now. I haven't actually found a love connection in quite some time. It's been a while.
Okay. Okay. Well, then that tells me, when I see the vision, if it hasn't happened yet, it's coming very soon. So here's where you work on yourself, on letting go of the past, because I can tell that you have been hurt. I can tell that your heart, as I connect with even like your heart chakra when I do energy work, I can tell that the heart's been damaged. It's been, you know, it's got some scars. So it's working on healing those. And so I love, honestly, this may sound weird, but I love that you haven't been in a relationship, that it's been a while, because it's given you time to figure out, okay, what I want and what I don't want, you know, in a relationship. So um, I will tell you, timing wise, with a connection with someone, I do feel like this is coming here. Boy, this is coming within the next 6 weeks. So here, I keep saying 6 weeks, which is very specific. So what's that? End of November, 1st of December ish. Um, and here's what's interesting. I feel like you already know this person. So also keep that in
Okay.
mind, which is good because I feel like nowadays it's really hard to date and you just never know, what's out there. So I feel like for you, it's going to be someone you know to trust. Um, so watch for that around the 1st of December. Um, Now, finances, I'll just say really quickly. Um, I do feel that you're in a bit of a, kind of a, I always say it's the American way, right? Paycheck to paycheck, it's like we just, we go through these, wait for the next paycheck and live off of the next. Um, but I'll tell you what I love without a doubt for you, Vanessa. No vision is a good vision. And I'm not seeing any real profound issues with your finances. So I do feel that, um, there is a sense of even, uh, maybe reeling in some of the expenses as far as like the frivolous things. And that I feel will kind of help a little bit there. So think about that, okay? Think about that with your finances. But now I know I have another caller waiting, but I do want to tell you really quick too. And if you have time, if you can, I don't know what time it is in Canada where you are, but in an hour on my Facebook page. It's mini medium. I will be doing free readings and really connecting with mediumship. If you're interested, hop on, and I think we may get a connection with your dad, especially with that date being connected with him. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah. And when you go on, comment and let me know who you are so I can connect with you, and we'll see if we can't get messages from dad.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Well, I appreciate you calling. I hope that helped you just, a little bit. And I hope to hear from you soon tonight.
Yeah, I will. I will definitely go on your page tonight. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome, my friend. Have a beautiful night. Okay.
Thanks, you too. Bye bye.
Thanks. Okay. Bye bye. All right. Perfect. Well, we got time for another caller. And I have Carrie, and Carrie is from California. Hi, Carrie. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I don't know if we have a very good connection or not.
Oh, no. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming in and out, but I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, well, that could very well be just the crazy energy of our loved ones that have passed, too. So just never know. They'll mess with our electronics and our connections. And sometimes it's a little frustrating, but we'll do our best. How can I help you tonight?
I can hear you perfectly fine now. I was just wondering, am I going on the right path? If everything is, things going to change? Should I get prepared for another change? Pretty much stuff like that.
Okay. Okay. Beautiful. I love it. Okay. Um, Let me see. I'm going to pull a couple cards again for you. See what we got going on here. So just intuitively, I pulled a few cards. Now I'll tell you the first thing that I really feel for you. Um, you, my beautiful friend, have got to step out of your comfort zone. I feel like there's a sense of a little bit of fear. Do you understand that?
No, because I've been doing that.
Okay. Is this a recent change though for you? Because I don't feel you've
It's been
always
a
been
recent.
that way.
No, yeah, it's been for the past 4 years.
Okay.
It would
Okay.
have been
Well, that's
constantly
great.
changing.
Yeah, well, good. I love that. Okay. So the reason why, when I pulled up your cards, some of the things that, well, one of your cards, this Knight of Wands card that came out upside down. When that card is right side up, it really means when someone is dancing to the beat of their own drum. So they don't care what other people think. They step out of their comfort zone. They really are doing things that they want to finally do. And when it's upside down, it means that either you're not doing that, or if you are doing that, you still have the past shadow work and the past residual stuff that is still with you, which can very well be fear. And fear is really, there's an acronym that I love to share, and it stands for false evidence appearing real, or false ego appearing real. Sometimes that damn ego gets in the way, and then guess what you do? You hold back from doing things you want to do, right? So that's why I asked about your stepping out of your comfort zone, which I love that you're in that process. Um, so to answer kind of your question, yes, I feel like there's an overwhelming sense of you being on the right track. I feel like your 4 years of progress is a big part of that. Um, Now, there is a sense of a partnership coming in that I see with a male. So are you in a relationship right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, and the reason why I'm saying that, because I do feel as far as like your spiritual growth, I see you going through what I call a spiritual ascension. So you're about to go through another awakening. So when that happens, it's so important that your partner, this male, your husband, is right by your side, supporting you, guiding you, cheering you on in every way, shape, or form. So, um, when I really feel this future connection, I'll start to connect with clairvoyancy or premonition. Um, I'm telling you, right about the springtime, I'm going right about March or April. Be prepared for some other new changes, especially with your soul's purpose and your career mixed together. So,
Okay.
um, yeah, I
That
do
totally
feel
makes
like you're
sense.
going to. Yeah, I feel like you're going to be able to, still have an income feeding the family, supporting yourself, but it's also going to mesh beautifully with your purpose and what you're really meant to do during this lifetime. So, the most important thing is that that support with your husband is there. That's why I asked about the male, partner. Um, also, just that's another thing I see. Be mindful also around, boy, yeah, this is taking me right around the holidays. So we're looking at end of November into December. Please make sure that you take some time for yourself because I feel like I see you getting sick. And I hate to put that out in the energy and universe, but I feel it. I can see. Yeah, and really connected with
Everybody always tells me to do that.
say that again. I'm sorry.
Everybody always tells me to do that. I get joy out of helping others, though.
Yes, exactly. And what happens is that if you don't slow down and take care of yourself, the universe will make you slow down and take care of yourself. So, and I've had this happen. Yep, you'll end up getting sick, or something will happen that will make you. And I feel like about that time it will. And of course, with the holidays, we get busy and, we're doing so much for everybody. So please make sure, even if it's like taking time to take an Epsom salt bath and just relax or meditate, or, I feel like you have a beautiful spiritual side of you. I feel like you're going through this very beautiful spiritual awakening. And that when you're going through that, a lot of what you need is the connection with Gaia, with Mother Earth, with the universe. So make sure you take time to do that. Okay. Um,
Okay.
it's really gonna benefit you. So make sure that you're surrounding yourself, and saging your home. Using Palo Santo. Make sure you're getting out any kind of negative or residual energy. That's going to help you get through the spiritual awakening. Um, Now, also one thing I want to tell you, um, my last caller connected with this number, and it was beautiful. The number connected with her dad who had passed. But I always ask both callers, do you connect with the number 28, whether it's the 28th of the
No,
month? Okay.
no, I
Okay.
don't.
Okay. Well, then I just want to make sure it wasn't you, but she did connect with it. So I thought I'd throw it out there just in case. So, um, all right. Um, let me let me ask you too, real quick. Are you going through a kind of a, how do I say that? I feel like there's a sense of wanting to go into entrepreneurial, starting to do things, business wise.
Yeah, no, that's not me. That's my husband. That's not me.
That's your husband. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. I just want to tell you, as far as what I see with the business and where that's coming, I would definitely let him know. Also, right about the first of the year, um, a sense of a spike in business, or it just feels to me more money starts coming in, and things start to kind of take off, and so be prepared. I don't want this to hit him blindly, you know. Um, but
Yeah.
can I ask what he does for work?
He's a plumber.
Oh, okay. Oh, perfect. So, I mean, I can imagine in the wintertime, pipes are freezing. Business probably takes a
Yeah.
lot of it. So, but yeah, just let him know to be prepared. He may want to kind of proactively get people in, and even temporary help, just so that he's not feeling like overwhelmed or not able to bring in the business, and turning people away. So just want to throw that out there.
Okay.
But what I love for you, 100%, my friend, is this beautiful um, vision I get of that you're exactly where you're supposed to be, and then just working on, magnifying your beautiful gifts and your spirituality. Stepping out of that comfort. Watch for that. Also, my website is mini-medium.com. I have changed my website. It is mini-medium.com. All of this information will be on there. So, but the 30th, Channel 5 KSL, I did a Halloween bit with them, and we were at the Browning Mansion. you've ever heard of the Browning gun, James Browning, it was his house. So we did an investigation there. I will be on there featured with KSL, and you'll see some of my work there. So and then last but not least, on Halloween night, I will be live on my Facebook page on Mini Medium. I'll have it on my website, mini-medium.com. But on Halloween night, I will be with my other ladies, my ghost hunting ladies. I will be at the Shiloh Inn. It's a hotel in downtown Salt Lake. There was a tragic event that happened there, and a lady had died there, unfortunately, and there's just crazy energy. So I will be on there live on Halloween night, and I'll be doing an investigation. You can hop on, and you actually get to be a part of that. You get to ask the energy, the souls, the ghosts questions, and we'll see if we get some intelligent responses. So many amazing, crazy, fun things this month, and just so much more growth and beautiful connections. So I can't wait to share more, obviously, next week. So I will see you guys next week, Wednesday, 6 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time, and with A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. All right, guys, I will see you then. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and I will be your host for a little bit. I hope that everyone is doing well and feeling love and feeling safe. I am coming from Minnesota, and I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And I am so happy to be here. Thank you, everyone, for listening and for calling in. This is really, really an awesome chance for everyone to get a reading free, and for us clairvoyants and psychics and mediums to be able to reach out to everyone that calls in. So hello and welcome to November. I hope that everyone is going to have a wonderful holiday season. We are going to be celebrating Thanksgiving soon here in the United States. And I'm just thankful for everything this year. This year has brought a lot of changes for me. A lot of ones I didn't want, but now I'm feeling very, very blessed, and I hope others are too. I hope that everyone kind of stays centered during all this holiday situations. It can be depressing for some people with hard family backgrounds. It can be lonely for a lot of people who don't have family. And it's even harder for those people that have hard childhood memories of the holidays, and yet some who haven't had any holidays as children. So I hope that you're all gentle with each other and just love and be patient with yourself. And whatever you do, don't overdo it. Don't think that you need all the money in the world to make people happy. Um, don't overextend yourself to be the person that does everything. Just really, really be balanced because the holidays are hard. Even on the best terms, it can be hard. So, with that being said, I hope that somebody calls. Um, I am at Psychic Paths, www.psychicpaths.com. If you would like to write me a message or set up your own private reading, I am available. Um, so yes, um, so I hope that everything goes good tonight for you, and that you try out calling in because we have a lot of excellent, excellent readers here. We have Tanya, New South Wales. Hello.
Hello,
Hi.
hello,
How are
hello.
uh, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad today. Thank you. Yes.
Good, good. What can I help with tonight?
I guess I'd like to know a bit of direction, where I should be devoting my time, whether it be to study, um, maybe what's going on in my relationship at the moment, whether it's worth pursuing. um,
Okay. All right.
yeah, whether,
Let me
yeah.
hear let me hear what Spirit has to say. Um, so what I got right away when you were talking was that you do have a good intuition. Your gut instinct is very right on, especially about
Mhm,
yourself. And what Spirit has told me while you were talking was that you already have a good idea of what you should be doing and what direction you should be doing. But I feel like
mhm,
you argue with yourself or you bring up what ifs. This is what Spirit is telling me. So then you feel
mhm,
kind of overwhelmed and kind of stuck. But Spirit is telling me that you have a very, very good intuition on yourself. Do you know what I mean by gut instinct or
yeah,
you know
yeah, yeah.
um
I guess there's things I want to do. I'm fairly good at manifesting things. I just, yeah, if I'm not sure when the finances um, will
let
improve.
me see let me see what Spirit says about that.
Mhm.
So have you been having like being more focused on your finances, let's say for the last year or since March?
Um, yeah,
Because some
particularly, yeah, particularly
excuse
now,
me.
within the last um, few months. Yeah.
Okay. Hang on a second. Um yes, they say that you've had a blinding flash of insight on the finances part. Um, I feel like there's going to be a little difficulty or a stagnation for a while. Um, and that's just, I feel like planetary situations, not karma, but planetary
Yeah.
situations. And I
So
feel like,
how long do you see that going on for? Like months or
I feel like it's going to happen for about the next 6 weeks, the next month, next
the
six
next
weeks.
6 weeks?
And
Yep.
I feel like there's a hidden lesson inside this. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I think you're even bright enough or intuitive enough to know that there's a lesson in the money being stagnant. Like, what have you learned from this? Because
Oh,
somehow
okay. Yeah.
there's a little lesson in
That
this that yes. Um,
that makes
but that's
sense.
mainly,
Yeah, being more sensible.
oh, it's so hard to do. For me anyway. Um, Also, you have a very, very good outlook on money. You know it's a tool. You know it's not the feast, but it's the utensils in order to have a feast. So I feel like by the end of December, you should be doing really well. I feel like the manifestations aren't going to come little by little, but they're just going to
Yep.
be just abundant, starting in December, middle of December. It should be all coming towards your way, what you've been wishing for and what you've been
Yep.
manifesting. That's what I
Oh, that
see.
sounds awesome. Yeah, that's what I've sort of planned for. Um,
And
yeah.
and I,
But,
and I feel like
yeah.
it's brought on some sadness for you, and I can understand that. And maybe you don't know that there's a sadness right now, but it's a sadness because money's important. It's like air. I know, it's not the most important thing, but we need it like air. And we don't know,
Yeah.
it makes us sad to work through it until we have the money. And then it's like, wow, I really feel relieved. So I feel like you're going to have
Mm,
a relieved feeling pretty soon. Um,
okay.
Let me
And
see real quick about,
okay, and yeah, and with my the situationship that I'm in, is
yes.
this man the right man for me, or like?
I do believe that he is very, very good. Um, do you notice the pauses when you're talking to him? Because I feel like he has an obstacle of speaking his emotions. He can show them and you can feel them, but there's kind of an obstacle with his speaking of his
Yeah,
emotions.
that's it. Yeah, I never feel like he's emotionally invested. Um,
And I
yeah,
think that it's just that uneasy feeling he has about expressing his emotions. But I do believe that his intentions and his motivations are good. And if it's about
yeah,
that distant feeling, it's more just in the conversation part of him, inability to express everything he feels. And I feel like he feels deep, and from what I can sense, he's intense at times. Um,
yeah,
he wishes he were
yeah.
lighthearted. That's too bad because he's intense. I just heard he would like to be lighthearted and easygoing, but he's very, very good. I think that you should
I
stick
think
with
he's
him until,
okay. Is he
because I just
afraid of
feel like he's
commitment?
no,
I feel he's
I don't
afraid,
feel
scared of commitment.
I think he's
No.
afraid of showing who he is. I
Oh,
feel
okay.
like he's afraid of being vulnerable. And
Right.
that's the part of the talking too, because if he opens up to you, then he's vulnerable.
Right.
And he has to work on that. You don't have to work on that.
No, no.
Okay?
So should I just wait for him to contact me when he's
Yes.
ready? Or, yeah.
Yes. And you can help him if you want to envision in spirit. The blue chakra will help him talk more. If you can
Okay.
focus on the manifesting the blue chakra just being open and pulsating and being
Yeah.
healthy, it may help him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I hope I hope I've been of some help to you tonight. I'm so glad you called.
Yeah. Yeah, you have. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You have a
Yeah.
wonderful rest of your week.
Yes, same to you. Thank
All
you
right.
again. Thank
Bye bye.
Bye.
Well, everyone, I'll see you next week. Everyone, please have a great week, and I will see you then next Wednesday. Be safe. Love. Bye bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, evening, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Maria Leggett, and I am in Dayton, Ohio, and I'm so happy to be coming to you tonight from the state that legalized abortion and legalized marijuana yesterday. Woo! We can actually do the things that we know are right for us. So I'm super happy about that. I also want to talk to you about this wonderful message that came to me. If anybody is interested, I do a live card pull about 45 minutes before this show starts. I do it at 8 p.m. Eastern on my Facebook page, Maria Leggett Medium. So if you want to go on to Facebook and follow me, Maria Leggett Medium, I do a live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. And during that live card pull, I pull for, I don't know, between, I tried to do 5. Sometimes I wind up getting 10. I think tonight I did 11 or 12. So it was actually a pretty good time. Got them done quick and out. But there's a really important message that I want to be able to deliver to everyone. There's this meme that I saw earlier today, and it's just so potent and so important that I want to be able to share it with each of you. And here's what it says. I fought for the little girl who I was and for who she wanted me to be. And I know she would applaud me for who I have become. And so it is really important for us to be able to recognize who we are as an adult, honor that younger version of ourselves. Remember that the 5-year-old that was hurt or the 11-year-old that was hurt, whether you're male or female or non binary, it doesn't matter. Somewhere along the way, someone has hurt your feelings or has done something. And it's important for us to be able to honor that little girl or that little person where they were in their journey. Say, I love you, I'm here for you. And remember that it's really important for us to begin forgiving people so that we can step into our authentic selves, being as wonderful and purposeful as we were meant to be. Forgiveness, we don't do to let someone off the hook. We do it for ourselves. That's the important part. Our growth comes from being able to forgive. So thank you for letting me put that message out there for everyone. I want to welcome Suzette to the show. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, Maria. How are you?
I am doing very well. How may I be of service to you this evening?
So I'm just kind of curious. I'm a little bit lost in a career direction for me. And I was wondering if you can give me a little bit clarity. I was thinking of doing a half course on Pilates training just because I don't have the time to do a full course right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wasn't sure also about holistic nutrition.
So I can tell you what I can see as soon as you started talking about the half course and then the nutrition. When I talk about doing the half course with the Pilates, Spirit shows it to me as though that's really manageable for you both financially and time wise, because they're showing me that you can have a tendency to take too much onto your plate thinking you can do everything, and then you get really overwhelmed. And that at this point, you don't want to overwhelm yourself. Does that make sense?
It does, because I'm busy with my son's baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you want to be able to, they're showing me that you want to be able to honor yourself as a woman so that you don't forget who you are, but also be able to honor the fact that you took on this role as mom, being able to do equal attention to both. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, that's where the confliction is coming in for me, because I just work a little bit of a part-time job right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I want more. I want more.
Yes. So being able to do the part-time doing the Pilates course is going to help you because Spirit says before you step into the bigger nutrition course, because to me it looks like it's something that would take you quite a few months to be able to get through. Does that make sense?
Yes, it will take about 7 months, 7 to 8 months.
Makes complete sense for what I'm showing. And it's a matter of Spirit says that being able to do the Pilates, and I don't even really know what Pilates is, I just know it's something physical. They're showing me that it's going to help to move stuck energy through your body. and they're going specifically down into your hips for being able to move some energy out of your hips so that everything flows much more free through your body. Does that make sense?
It does. So I should be doing my course because the course starts on Friday. So that's why I'm a little bit of a panic mode. Like, do I start it? Do I
Don't
not?
panic. Yeah, absolutely, because it's something that you can handle, and it's something that will help you to begin to move through energy. They're also showing me that there's some networking that can be done through this course that you may decide that, yes, the nutritional thing is something that you do want to do, but there may be an in between medium step between Pilates and the nutritional course that you'll be able to do that later down the road, but it's a great way to start stair stepping your way into where you want to be and to continue networking with other women, which is really, they're showing me part of what you're really craving as well is this community, this group of like minded women to support you. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
And so through this community of you being able to network and weave your energy, you're going to make some great connections for people who are going to say, oh, hey, I want you to meet my friend here. I want you to meet this friend here. And to know that that's going to help get you truly to your end goal. Because they're showing me what you'd really like to do ultimately is to have your own business where you can, put your son on the bus in the morning or putting, in whatever it is that you need to do in the morning, and then be able to see clients and do what you need to do until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then be able to close off for a little bit to be able to pick them up from school, come back, and then take some more clients later in the afternoon. So it will stay like a part-time thing, but it gives you the flexibility that you're truly seeking, being able to come back and forth between being the adult and getting your time and being mom and giving him time. Does that make sense?
It does. That's my main concern was both my kids, be there with them, and then to find the mental stimulation for me.
Absolutely. And Spirit says that this is definitely something that you can do. You may not understand it right now, but somewhere along the way, some of these connections that you're going to meet, you're going to find this part-time position that's going to allow you to do like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday kind of deal where you can get the mental stimulation that you're seeking with these like-minded individuals. And that's going to lead to something longer as the kids get older and something that you're um, really comfortable with, where you can receive, like a regular paycheck and have some time for you and be able to have a little bit of spending money to go out and pay for the courses and to pay for the things that you would like to do without it affecting the family budget. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. Is there anything else you want me to talk to you about?
Yeah, if you could. I was wondering about
course.
the connection between me and my husband because he sort of moved out. Well, he did move out a bit. And I'm wondering if he's the right partner fit for me.
So what Spirit is showing me is that, and I don't know how you understand this, but they're showing it to me almost as though it was a little bit of a relief when he made the action, because now you were a little more free to be the person that you needed to be. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, I feel more free. I feel more
Yeah,
alive.
because he doesn't have the same type of spiritual beliefs that you do, the same kind of ideals about life that you do. And because of that, it could cause some dissension amongst you. And it was difficult for you to find time to date. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you just differed on so many different things that it was very difficult for you to find time to date each other. And so it became more of the perfunctory, good morning, how are you? Everybody's ready for school. Here's your lunch. I'll see you later. No phone calls during the day. And then, oh, you're home. Okay, dinner's ready. Just going through the motions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And Spirit shows this to me as though you are really ready to just feel alive. And that's what you've been waiting for, is for that light, that spark to come back in, that will allow you to stretch your wings and be the beautiful bird that you were meant to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm just
They're
nervous
showing
to figure
me
out how I'm going to do it all.
It's never easy. It is never easy. So I cannot tell you if it's a right or a wrong decision, because only you know your life. I can say to you what my experience was, and my experience was I was a single mom of 3 children when I was 28, and they were all under the age of 10. And so it was not easy, but I did it. And I wound up meeting an amazing man, and we have been married for 25 years. Pleasure. Enjoy your class.
Oh, thank you.
I am so grateful to have been able to be on here tonight. If you're looking for live card pulls, please join me every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern on Maria Leggett Medium on Facebook. You can also find me on Instagram, Maria Leggett Medium. I am so grateful to each and every one of you. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your energy. And I will see you in 7 days. Have a good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and this is New York City Celebrity Psychic, which is me. And you are my viewers and listeners, and that's you. And now that we all know our place in the world, let's move on. The sky is lit up with Perseid meteor showers tonight. I don't know what that means astrologically, but it sure is pretty. If you step outside and look up, you want to duck so one doesn't hit you. But they're absolutely beautiful. It's like watching wishes streak across the sky as they come true. That was poetic. So I'm here for you tonight to answer your psychic and mediumistic questions. Let's see, what else can we tell you? I was in Vermont this weekend. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. I was doing a mystery weekend at a hotel because I'm a singer as well. And I did a little acting. But it was interesting because I was talking to a bunch of people, and everybody there lives in an old house, and everybody has ghosts. And I wound up being stuck there. I mean, very beautifully stuck because I was staying in a mansion, but Amtrak broke down, and so I stayed in the mansion by myself for 2 nights. And at 2 a.m. on the second night, completely deserted mansion in the middle of nowhere in a snowstorm, a little like a murder mystery weekend, except luckily without the murder. Otherwise, this would be quite the broadcast. Something rattled my door at 2 a.m. for about 30 seconds. And I opened the door and there was nobody there. So I don't want to attract ghosts. I'd rather attract millionaires, but maybe it was a millionaire ghost. Maybe I'm just sort of starting out and I have to get the ghost part out of the way. So as I said, I'm here for you. We are broadcasting, what an old-fashioned word. We're broadcasting into Australia, New Zealand, Scotland, Ireland, England, Wales. I love Wales. All of the United States, all of Canada. Sorry. Excuse me. And so call in from any of those places with your deepest, most heartfelt questions. Oh, Charlottesville, Virginia. Oh, I love Charlottesville. That's where my parents met. They were both from 77th Street, New York, and they met in a blind date in Virginia. Hi, darling. How are you? Are you there?
Yes.
Well, I can't.
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Anastasia, what a beautiful name. Are you a lost Russian princess?
Ukrainian.
Oh, I'm half Ukrainian. Cool. Greetings, sister. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. When is your birthday, my angel?
I'm interested in mediumship reading.
That's fine, but I still want to connect with you through your. I still need to connect. I still need to get what your birthday is. You don't have to tell me the year, just the day and date. That's how I connect.
October 8th.
Oh, great day. Okay, I think is that John Lennon's birthday?
I know, that day before John Lennon's birthday.
It's a great day. I have a lot of friends with that birthday, and they're all very cute. Oh, you're very attractive. I can see with my heart's eye. Okay. Mediumship takes a lot. So let me get braced here. Who would you like to talk to, my angel?
I would like to talk to my son, 13-year-old son, who passed away in June.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's the worst thing I can think of. He had a beautiful first name. What was his first name?
Lucas, with a K.
I love that name. Okay. Did he have kind of light brown, almost sandy colored hair and beautiful eyes?
Yes.
Yeah. Beautiful eyes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like almost hazel green. So, and
Uh,
he was about.
Scary blue.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. They're very ocean colored to me. So I got the green, but not the blue. God, he's beautiful. Thank you for swinging by. Oh, but does he love you? He misses you. He's fine. He says he's with one of his grandparents. Not sure which.
Oh,
He's taking a lot of classes, but most of all, he wants you to know that he wants me to tell you a few other things first, aside from the fact that he really loves you. Does he have a sister?
no.
Okay, there's a girl his age he wants to say hi to.
Well, there's a girl that's older. Um,
Ish, yeah. Maybe
that's
16?
that's she's 18.
18,
Best
okay.
friend.
I'm having a hard time. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time getting her name. I don't know if this was a friend or a crush, but teenagers. Um, do you mind if I ask, did he pass suddenly?
Suicide.
I'm so sorry. The first thing he wants, so I thought, the first thing he wants to say is he's terribly sorry. He did not, it was an impulse. He was not that, honestly, he wasn't that unhappy, and you were a terrific mother. So he wants you to know that you were really good mother and had nothing to do with you. It had to do with being bullied at school a bit. It had to do with just being confused about life and being a teenager. And I'm terribly, but he's very apologetic. And this is very important. He very much wants you to know that had nothing to do with you, and he loves you very much. He really wants you to know that you were a terrific mother. Can you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you ask him if is he around us as much as I feel
Yes,
him?
very much. And he's
Okay.
a little mischievous. He wants your attention. He's worried that you'll forget him, which of course you never will.
No.
He also there's a kind of formal picture of him. He would like you to put up a more informal picture. He has a favorite picture of him. He might be playing a sport or something. He'd like you to put a more.
No,
Go ahead.
he didn't play sports. I mean, I have a whole bunch of informal pictures.
Okay.
All over the house.
Or maybe there isn't. I'm sorry. He's a little distracted because he didn't know he could talk to you. Yeah, he's with you a lot. He says nothing embarrassing, Mom. Oh my gosh, she's so smart. Did he read a lot? Was he good on the computer?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
very smart.
intelligent. And
sorry?
brilliant musician.
Did he? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time. He's coming through kind of sporadically. I wanted to say violin, but I don't know if that's right. But yeah, a born musician. He takes after somebody in your family that way. But yeah, he understands music. Yeah.
Me.
Oh, there you go. Did he play piano and something else?
He played a lot of instruments, mainly bass guitar and cello.
Cello. That's what I'm sorry. It's a stringed instrument, but I got the wrong size. Oh.
Yeah.
And he was good at classical, and he loved. Funny, I want to say Bartok, but he was also doing some modern stuff on the cello. His face when he played is so beautiful. He looked like an angel. Anyway, so yes, he's with you very much. You might have felt him tap your shoulder. Also, he's going to communicate. You might be finding coins He might be turning lights on and off. He wants your attention.
All the time.
Yeah, he's
I
very,
mean,
very
we
present.
had all the signs. I'm a beginner medium, so I feel him tickle top of my head.
Yes.
Sometimes I get his emotions like around my neck and chest area.
And sometimes it's almost like you can see him move in your peripheral vision. It's interesting. He's very invested in being around you. So, also, he wants you to know
I'm
when
very invested in him being around because, I mean, I feel his energy all the time.
Yeah.
I just miss his physical presence.
Yes. He says he's just in another room, but that's a hard. I can't imagine what you must be going through. My heart really goes out to you. It's the worst thing I can imagine. But he's the most present with you of anybody who's ever come through. He's so present with you that he's sort of flickering for me, but very present for you. The other thing, he wants you to know a couple of things. You can talk to him and he will hear you. He can help you with stuff too. We have to ask. They otherwise can't help unless it's a matter of life and death. But if we ask for help, even with small stuff, ask him to help you find a parking space. Ask him to help you find. Just ask him to do little jobs for you because he will. And you can also tell him. You know this already, don't you?
Well, I asked him a few things, and he helped me with.
Yeah.
And we sometimes communicate with numbers. Like if I have a question, he sends me 3111.
Yes. And sometimes 444. That's interesting. He wants you to look out for that in the future. That's another number. But 111 is definitely him. Also,
yeah,
there will
usually
be
3111.
Yeah. Also, birds. If you notice something, what he wants you to know is if you think it's a sign from him, it's a sign from him. Oh, very important. He wants you to know that when you dream about him, that's a visit. That's not a dream.
Yeah.
That's him.
That's the only thing I don't dream about him a lot.
Well, I think you're scared too right now because it's so fresh.
No.
And I think
I don't have fear. I've been asking him to come in my dream. So.
He's also taken a little time because it was, I don't think he expected it to. It's one thing to say, I'm going to kill myself, and it's another thing if it actually works. And I don't think he expected it to work in some level, so he was kind of surprised the first few months. He's just getting his feet under him there. There absolutely is an afterlife, and it's beautiful. And he's learning and growing and changing, but he's still him. Love doesn't die. Personality doesn't die. So he's very much with you. He's starting to fade.
Thank you so much.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad he came through, and just know that he loves you tremendously, and he's very, very much with you. And thank you for letting me share his wonderful personality. I'm very grateful. Take care of you.
Thank you so much.
Take care, love. Oh,
bye.
What a wonderful woman. I forgot to do the tarot weather, so we're going to. That was a very moving call. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for everybody who calls in. I only get the most amazing people. One exception, a drunk lady about 6 months ago. Aquanda, what a beautiful name. College Park, Georgia. Aquanda, can you give me a minute? I'm just going to do the tarot psychic weather. So hang out. And while you're hanging out, I want you to think about your question. And I want you to breathe deeply. And then breathe out through your lips like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Do that a few times in a row. It relaxes your sympathetic nervous system, your vagus nerve. Okay, wow, a lot of cool cards coming up today. The Lover's card is interesting. The Lover's card is pretty straightforward. um, even if you think you will never find love again, love has a different idea. Love is going to find you again. And it looks like this week you'll start to see signs and symbols that will start to indicate that that's coming your way. If you're in a relationship, you might notice a resurgence of, sometimes we can get used to the people we're with and we can be like, ah, I'm bored. But you fell in love with that person for a reason. So this week it looks like you'll remember why and you'll sort of fall back in love with them. So that's a really nice card. Love that card. I love doing that. That's so much fun. The second card, wow. This is the Ace of Diamonds is like the Ace of Pentacles. It's the Ace of Pentacles is one of my favorite cards to get because it has to do with riches. So riches of the soul, riches of the spirit, and not for nothing, material riches. And it's the beginning. Aces are always the beginning of a cycle. So when you get an ace, aces in tarot and poker, always good. So you're about to sort of open up a whole new cycle. You're taking a step up into a cycle of real prosperity, but also of gratitude and of happiness. Now, I know that seems like a lot to say, but I don't get this card. I get this card very, very seldom. And when it appears, I like to honor it. And I'm going to say that in some way, your finances are going to get a big step up this week, and you're going to be happy as well. Now, the last card, interesting deck. This is the Hanged Man card, which doesn't mean that you're going to be hanged. Actually, it's the exact opposite. It means that you or somebody you know, it might be somebody you're close to, is changing from the inside out in a very good way. The hangman is not like, when somebody shaves their head and puts on a yellow robe and beats a drum and dances around singing Hare Krishna, but they're the same dope inside. This is somebody who's not changing the way they look or dress, but they are changing who they are for the better. It's possible that you have just started a self-improvement sort of course, or you're trying to be better, or you're getting sober, or somebody around you, somebody important to you, is starting a program of change that's going to work. And it's a wonderful card. So I'm very happy. Aquanda. I love that name. Are you still there, my love?
Yes, I am.
Oh, what a pretty voice you have. Hi. I'm so glad you're
Thank
here.
you. Hi.
You're welcome. Great name.
Glad to be here.
Can I ask where the name comes from? It's so unusual. I've never heard it before, and it's lovely.
It's African, and it means younger of twin.
Oh, wow. That's so specific. And are you?
No, I'm not, but I actually have a cousin, and we look exactly alike.
Oh, that's so cool. I'm already loving this. All right, my angel, when's your birthday?
February 19th, 1974.
Oh, do you identify as an Aquarius or a Pisces?
I don't know. It
You feel
depends on which day it is, I guess.
You feel kind of both. I'm going to claim you for Pisces because I like you and I'm a Pisces. So we get to keep you. You're a Pisces now, Toots. Okay,
Yeah.
February 9th. Great day. All right, and how can I help you? It feels like you have kind of a specific question, but you're a little shy about it. So what is it?
I kind of met someone, and I just need
Ooh.
to know if I'm on the right path.
You are on the right track. Oh, this is good. And it's good because it's not like, unfortunately, you've run into your share of narcissists and dopes, although narcissists are dopes. This is not either of these. This is a good person. And
Wow.
there's this sort of, when you met, there's this sort of recognition like, oh, there you are. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah, and the same, him, her, them.
Him.
You don't have to. Okay, I just like to ask.
Yeah.
We're we're LGBTQ friendly in this show. So him, her, a llama, whatever.
Definitely.
Yeah, I like him. He's good looking too. Girl, you hit the
Yeah.
jackpot here. Well, he hit the jackpot. Let's be very clear about that. You're accomplished. You have integrity. You're honest. You're kind. You're smart. And from what I can tell, wow, you are really pretty. Those eyes. Look at your eyes. They're so pretty. You have almond-shaped eyes, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And you have really good cheekbones and a beautiful skin
I
color.
do.
Yeah, I know. Interesting, because to me it looks like you look like some of my Ethiopian girlfriends who have very beautiful bone structure and skin color. Oh, to
Everyone
die for.
says that.
Yeah, yeah. Iman, famous Ethiopian. Anyway, honestly, I'm gonna put all of my money on this horse. I like him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, I really like, and I almost never say this. Usually I'm like, well, you know, he's got a job. Does he have kids?
Yeah. Adult
Yeah.
children.
2?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a good dad too. He's on good terms with his ex or exes. I can't tell if the kids are with one person or 2. What? Oh well. No, he's one.
It's
Are you
just
still?
one in particular.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
It's just the distance.
I'm still, for some reason, that last word is just dropping out of my ear. Say it one more time. Distant. Oh.
It's just, yes, it's just the distance.
Oh, the kids are distant. That's interesting. Huh. Well, you did raise them to be independent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's
he's far from me though. He really is.
That's the least, you know what? I don't think that's a problem. I think that's
Oh.
Is he in someplace, I mean, is he in the same state? Is he like in Atlanta?
No,
It's far
he's
away.
not.
Okay.
In Virginia.
Oh, he is far. He's near
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about moving?
For the right reason. And I've never said this. For the right reason, I would.
You never have said this. So what I would do is honor this. It's time for you to you're a queen, okay? Let's be very clear about that. Some girls are princesses, some women are whatever, but you're a queen. And the thing is, I want you to, the way for this to work out the best is for you to honor your inner queen. So always dignity. I mean, you're going to do this anyway. I'm just saying it because I like to be obvious, because I need obvious from other people. But you're probably smarter than I am. Many people are. But you're very smart. You're very accomplished. I would say I would not be surprised if you wound up. I would get the ring first.
Yeah.
But I think by March, things will have progressed. But the thing is, he honors you. He respects you, and I love that about him.
Yeah.
And he responds to your queen self. And I don't think you've been with somebody like that before. I think you've
Never.
been a queen. Yeah, you've been a queen without a country. And it's time for you to get on that throne, young woman, and put on that crown. And here's some diamonds. Have some diamonds. Honestly, I wish I wish I had more to say. You have kids. Do you have one kid? I'm having a hard time with kids today. You do have 2. I wanted to say 2, but then I thought he has 2. I can't say 2 again. That's too obvious. Oh, your kids are lovely. I can't tell how old they are. I want to say 7 and 10, but I think they're a little older. Sorry, I'm a little off.
No, they're 27 and 25.
Boy, I had you as, you look much younger, at least from where my heart. Do you get this a lot? You tell people your age and then they pass out and you have to revive
They
them with like,
do. They do. I
yeah.
will be 50 in February.
Wow, you don't look at. I can't see you with my physically, but I can see you with my mind's eye. Wow, I don't know
Yes.
what you're doing, but well, I'm 1,000,000 years old. Wow, you look amazing. Oh, your kids are great. Oh, your 25-year-old's funny.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, she's funny. I like her. The older one's a son, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He's serious. I like him too. Good looking kids. I hate to be shallow, but they're good looking kids. By the way, one interesting thing that will happen when you guys are going to have almost a very sweet kind of almost old fashioned courtship, which is not going to say it's not going to have its ultra hot moments. But I always think
It
that
is old fashioned already. Something I've
yeah,
never experienced.
it's lovely. It's what you really wanted, and you drew it into your life.
Yes.
Give yourself a
Yes.
big pat in the back because you did that. You're very powerful. It's also time for you to go higher in your work. You need a job that gives you more power. You're very, very, very good at what you do, and you're very good at managing people because you manage people in a
Yes.
way that they don't know they're being managed. Which is the best.
Yes.
They think it's their idea, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun. I could do this all night. You're so much fun. I'm so glad you called. I think we're the best callers tonight. Yeah, learn to love Virginia. Now, one thing I would do a couple of things. Do you know what feng shui is? The Chinese art of. Here's what I do. I would put a bedside table on either side of your bed. I would clear out half your closet, not literally to make room for his clothes, but to make space, just psychic space. I would put up pictures of, and a friend told me to do this, and I did that, and it worked last time. I'd do it again now. But like 2 birds or 2 fish or a picture of a happy couple or something in well, any part of your room that feels right. Start bringing in fresh flowers. Start doing little things to sort of acknowledge Cupid's presence in your house.
Okay.
And your life. Get some like rose oil air freshener. But honestly, I'm looking desperately for something to not like about this guy, but I just think it's lovely. Is he a Scorpio? Is he born in the? I think he's born in the winter, but I can't tell when.
He is a Capricorn. He is January the 7th.
Oh, that's a great day. I'm sorry, I got winter. I shouldn't have said Scorpio because I felt it was wrong when I was saying it. So forgive me. Yeah, he's a winter baby. Capricorns are wonderful. Yeah. Just be warned, Capricorns underneath that very kind of almost delightfully kind of respectable exterior, they're a little crazy underneath. They can be very, very funny and very, very kind of wild, but you have to get to know them really well. He's funny. He's got a very dry sense of humor, but so do you. So that works.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys laugh a lot. That's so nice.
We do.
Yeah, I would have like dignified old-fashioned dates. Go to a museum. Go out for like ice cream sundaes. Pretend it's 1890. In many ways. In some ways, not necessarily. So I've got 60 seconds. So I'm going to wind up by saying, will you tell me what happens? Because I live part-time in Maryland. So if you're going to be a neighbor, I want to know. And you are going to be a neighbor. So I'm Perry Lyons. And my website, my website's new. It's perrylyons.com. PERI, like periwinkle. LYONS, like lions, but with a Y. Perry Lyons. So just get in touch with me on Facebook and let me know what happens because I'm really nosy and I'm dying to know.
Okay.
And tonight it's the night of the falling stars. It's the meteor shower, the Perseid shower. So after this, what I'd like you to do is go outside it's clear here. I bet it's clear there. Look up and wish on a falling star, because you have a lot of magic. Time for you to use it, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
love. See you next week. Thank you so much, love. And see you next week, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm Perry Lyons. Have a great night. See you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're having a really great week so far. And we are in the new moon and Scorpio energy right now. So as I was tapping into this energy and how it's working with us, I've been picking up on things being delayed that has to do with our past. So things that we need to be working through from the past that was kind of suppressed. Okay, so that can still be affecting us. It has to do with like the energies at play. Sorry for my dogs in the background. I'm really sorry about that. Specifically though, the distant past for many of us. Okay, so some things that I was getting about from spirit when I was tuning into this is like energy imprints settled into our subconscious mind that have to do with feeling like wounded, emotionally hurt. And these things are healing, so it's not to worry, but it definitely can go back to years when you were growing up, when things, we didn't know how to deal with things and whatnot. So, or early adulthood as well. Past relationships that maybe had betrayal and things like that are coming up to being healed because there's really good energy coming in that's going to be uplifting. So there's this energy that feels like we're grieving that some things that we may not have grieved in the past. And it's helping us to level up. It's helping us to be our best selves and really show up for our own selves in our own, really whole and healed heart. These are going to bring in relationships. It can be romance, work relationships, friends, even, helping relationships that you have already are like family and whatnot, if that's, something for you. But these things that occurred in the past really put you in your head. And I feel like the energy now is just really helping us heal and move forward with this new moon and Scorpio. And so some great things are going to be coming in. Take your power back, calling in your power from a long time ago. Okay. And this one says, I call my power back from all times and all places. I am my own, and your energy is your own. And so it's just a reminder to not be giving it away. Okay, so we're going to go take a caller, Abigail in Beaumont, Texas. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Good.
Great, how can I help you?
Yes, I would like a general reading.
Okay. So you want me to just pull some, you don't have like a question?
Let's see, about my love life.
Okay. Let me see what comes up. Well, it seems like it's really good, or it will be. There's stability coming in for your love life, and I feel like the person that you either are going to be meeting, if you're single, they are going to be emotionally mature. They're going to be able to like show up for you in a way that is going to be able to meet your needs, and you're going to feel comfortable. You'll be able to trust them. It might be slow or have been slow to come in, but it is bringing in, like, I don't use the word good luck, but just for, the sake of just to say good, you're going to have good luck in your love life.
Okay. I have a boyfriend now.
Okay. And yeah, I've got most of the cards that I'm pulling for you right now have to do with emotion, and they're all really, the positive ones are all really coming up. Okay. And then there's some transformational energy coming in for you. Let me tap into that. Yeah, I feel like a message I'm feeling right now as well is almost like you're holding on to something, like something that you're wanting that has to do with being emotionally fulfilled, but it's like you're holding on to it, and for some reason it's, I don't know if blocked is the right word, but it's coming into something about friendship is coming up for you. And let's see, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, what about my son?
Okay. So he has some energy here that's feels like he was dealing with some pain and heartache, and that is going to be better, that he is going to be doing better as far as some kind of difficulty that he was going through. He's going to be tapping into some more inspirational energy, and that's going to be, he's going to be getting support for whatever it is that he's needing. And I feel like there's some, that he's going to be taken care of. He's going to be okay. And I actually see love here too, but there's just like some independence that needs to happen, maybe some boundaries, and releasing of some of the past pain. But I actually see a lot of friendship or love asking about him too, coming in for him.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
All right. You too. So that is going to do it for me. Just as a reminder, I have readings available at stan.store/mediumandrea, and you can also find a link there to the Enchanted Perfumery, and I make perfumes as well that smell amazing. So if you'd like to book a reading, you can go check that out. There's some healing, medical intuitive healing sessions available on there, and I just hope you have a really great day. Remember that how far you've come, just you've come so far, into remember where you were like a couple of years ago. Things are improving, and Spirit is just wanting everybody to know that things are coming together in a better way, and to keep going, keep your chin up, I guess is what they're trying to say. But anyway, I hope you have a really great week and a really great day and night whenever you're watching. And if you have any questions, you can always email me at andrea.bacon@444@gmail.com.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our
websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and thank you at the back scenes to our producer who keeps us entertained as we enter our show with, I'd like to say, great jokes. We'll have to ask our executive producer if her thoughts if they're funny, but I can appreciate a joke that I think is funny and most other people don't. So that's my sense of humor. But I've come with notes today, so excuse me how I'm looking. I've never had COVID, and I don't think I have that, but I'm absolutely exhausted. So I've had to miss a few shows over the last couple of months, and I didn't want to miss today. So, you'll hear us say as show hosts that not every day has to be your best or your most inspirational. So I've had to check the collateral damage as well, because obviously when I do readings and talk, my hands tend to go everywhere. So I don't mind if the mic falls, but as you can see here is my trophy, and I can't get that replicated or replaced. So that's my trophy for my award this year of being Australia's most compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader. So I don't want to knock that over. But look, we'll all have sore ears if I drop the mic, but we can get another mic. So, but thanks for tuning in, and I'd really like to thank A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV for having me for another week. Really honoured to be on the show. It's a great place and a great opportunity to learn, to grow, and also to discuss important topics, which, look, today the topic that I wanted to talk about was children and their innate spiritual gifts, and the well-being of children who have strong spiritual gifts but don't have the maturity, mindset, or understanding of their abilities with their young, innocent mind. So sorry how I sound saying this. I will go on to say why, but as a child, I didn't identify with my gifts as being a gift, but it was more like a curse, or I just labeled myself as strange and weird, and I feared telling anyone what was going on underneath, and just in case they also labeled me as strange, it would be official then and known. So I also want to apologize as I'm feeling really low and flat today. I'll be reading from my notes, so please excuse me. I'm not quite tired. I'm so exhausted, and I still wanted to make it onto the show today, but I'm not sure if I can articulately point taken, word the message that's in my mind clear enough to you with my words. So I'm feeling really lethargic, and but I was able to write this when I was not feeling so bad yesterday, and I haven't proofread it, but that's okay. So it's just, I didn't want to sound and come across as a jumble, because this was really important to me, and this little bit of information would have really changed my entire life, or my entire childhood, really, and it would have been a much more pleasant experience. So again, I want to apologize for reading my notes today, because obviously I can't articulate what's going on in here with the correct words. So I thought it would be easier to say it by my notes rather than by winging my way through this bout of tiredness. So that was an edited comment from yesterday's notes, which I was able to chuck in before I ran off to a meeting, because I just thought, I can't do this. But I would like to have a brief chat with you and a show that's dedicated to children and spirituality, and how important it is to find a balance between safe practicing and awareness of spirituality for our children, if we notice that our children are connected to their spiritual gifts. And rather than tell you what to do, how to do it, and why you should do it with your children or for your children. Instead, I want to promote the actual importance of this awareness and comfortability for us adults, and how to, and basically that it's important to pick it up in our children, because our children are less likely to tell us, or even to know, it's hard to pick up. We know that what we're doing is not like everyone else, but it's not likely we're going to come forward and think, oh, this is a good thing. People are going to like this, or I'm going to make a career of it. It's nothing like that as a child. So I wanted to promote the importance and comfortability, as I said, for us adults, so that we can pass this on to our children, this awareness and this information in a safe and comfortable way. So as children, they won't isolate themselves or feel weird, and they won't feel different to everyone. They'll, so they can learn how to manage and turn on or off their gifts in a developmentally child-friendly way. An easy way that is comforting rather than scary, weird, or strange. So this will help children feel less confused and less confused and less overwhelmed by the things they can do with their additional senses or sixth senses. Not every child will identify with those gifts, but there are children, the innocence of being a child, and the beauty of it. Things come naturally: fun, living, jumping, climbing, feeling things, and the world is very different from a child's perspective to an adult's perspective. So, I wouldn't look and create gifts or promote children to open up. But if they were naturally open, I would recommend to find out about that and find out ways to help them and support them, in a healthy and safe, as we emphasize here, in a safe way, without, pressuring them to open up more, but also to understand how to consciously, on a child's level, how to, and we'll say about that, switching off and shutting off, and safe practicing, not to actually read for people, but to live with a sixth sense or a strong gut instinct or a psychic, empathic, or whatever gift it may be. So if you have a child and you can actually already see that they are an empath, or they're a psychic, or have any gift, I'd like you to think about how you can hold a safe space for your child in a way that they understand. And whether, if you're not capable of doing this, I recommend you speak to someone you trust or you feel comfortable with, whether they're a professional psychic or you do your research online, but just finding ways that, promote this healthiness and this non-isolated version of your child, that they can recognize that they're not weird. Being an empath is difficult enough as an adult, even with the capacity to communicate our feelings more clearly and our ability to research topics and use our language or our words and actually deeply understand what those words mean. So as adults, we have more knowledge of the world and our world, ourselves. We have more advanced emotions and coping strategies. But in today's show, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge our children all around the world, so they too can be seen, heard, and educated. As a child, I hid my gifts. I didn't tell my parents. And a gift is the very last thing I'd call it. As I mentioned, I would have considered it more of a curse rather than a blessing. And that mindset that isolated me and made me feel weird and strange and unapproachable and not normal like everyone else, that didn't change until my mid 30s. So I emphasize the importance of, not for the sake of opening up our children to more gifts, but the comfortability to learn to live comfortably with this, with what they can do, and understanding that they can switch off if they want to, and providing those toolkits and that information is really important, and understanding, boundaries that are safe and realistic and understandable to a child in their age group. So it is important we respect our children's feelings, but it is our responsibility to protect them and allow them to develop their own beliefs, feelings, and opinions. I'm not going to use this show to tell you what to do with your child or your children if they have strong gifts or gifts that are starting to show. Because each child and parent or guardian and family is unique. But I'd like to draw your attention to this as a positive relationship with a child's gifts, whatever that may be, rather than a debilitating one that affects them from socializing and living their childhood to the fullest potential and capacity. Childhood is so important. It's the foundation of our lives and where the best of our memories are had. We don't want our children feeling that way. So not being able to see yourself, if they are like me, this affected my development and my confidence and my personality. So had I known this in a child-friendly way, it would have changed my entire childhood and made it positive, memorable, and connected. This is not my fault or my parents. I didn't have the language to talk to them, nor the understanding, and neither did they understand how to handle it for me. So the goal here is the goal here is to open the floor towards learning and language with our children, so they're able to understand what is going on for them in a positive perspective, in one that respects and appreciates them and welcomes them for who they are, not feeling that we're weird. So I have a little bit more to say, but the show is over. So I will leave you with, please take a moment to think about what you think is best for your children if you notice they are gifted and or highly empathic. I think that's it. So
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Salutations. How are we all doing? Good to see you this week. I hope the week has been well for you. I hope you've been able to cope with the energies and deal with life that it throws at you and everything else. Because again, this past week, the energy's been up and down and very sort of round and round and causing disruption within our own lives. But we have to just get on and deal with what we got to get on with. but also we have to be centralized and synchronized with ourselves to know exactly what it is we want in our lives. So I hope that we're all doing well. Please write in, call anyone who wants to have a chat or get any messages or readings or anything else, or just ask any questions, understanding, learn about the energy of the universe and life and spirit and what's all around you and the differences and how it affects you in your everyday life. I mean, it does affect us all in our everyday life. We do have, very subtle differences. We can have mood swings, we can have hormonal changes, we can be around people that can offset us, that push us off our life path. We can have people that advise us wrongly, we have people that advise us correctly. But how do you know what's right and wrong? Listen to your gut instinct, listen to your stomach, listen to that silent voice deep within you. And once you become in tune with that, you start to realize that your own voice, your own soul will never see you wrong. It will guide you. It's only us as humans that resist it in our ego, that thinks we know better, or we listen to other people. That must be the right thing to do. But it's not, in actual fact. And I've come to learn over the years that sometimes we just need to listen to our own self, our own silent voice, trust and believe and have faith in our stomach, in our gut instinct. And when we have that, we tend to have a little bit more confidence in ourselves. We have a little bit more confidence in our decisions. And then we realize that sometimes we have to make decisions, sometimes we have to make changes, and we have to try our best to, pick the right answers and go forward. And some of the decisions will cause disruption, will cause others pain. But eventually, if it's the right decision, everything will turn out exactly how it's meant to. Everything will turn out how it's meant to be. But it's our own human ego that stops us. But to stop me rabbiting on and to discuss things with other people, got Louise from Bradford in the UK. How you doing? You there, Louise?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Are you?
I'm good. What can I do for you today? You got anything to say? Are you a spiritual person? Do you believe in spirit and energy and something else?
Yes, yes, I do. Yes, I believe in spirit. I believe in energy.
How do you connect to spirit? How do you believe, we connect as
Uh,
humans?
so, through energy, but also I've done mediumship myself. I'm a spiritualist myself. I've just not been taking part in it for quite a bit now. And I do it through energy, through voice, through images, through thought, connection. Yeah, I do it with energy.
So you understand that, like you're saying, you do it through energy and everything else. You understand that we're all connected.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Even animals, living things,
Yes,
trees,
very
everything that's
connected.
living,
Yeah,
everything is
nature.
connected.
Yes,
Yeah,
all connected, all one.
I understand. Would you understand though that also, as I'm chatting to you and I'm just chatting to you, I do feel in you an energy of frustration about what's going on around you in your life at the moment.
Yeah, yeah,
Would you
definitely.
understand? And I know we're talking about connections with energy and spirit and things like that, but would you understand that I feel that there's a bit of a discord from you towards spirit? I mean, don't mean this horribly. I mean this completely. I understand because I totally understand. But would you understand that I feel that you feel spirit could do a little bit more than what they're doing?
Yeah, yeah,
Does that make sense? And again,
yeah. It makes sense.
I'm not saying it in a horrible way at all. Please don't think that. I'm not saying I don't feel that you're led by ego or anything else like that. It's almost like getting the feeling that you're trying to do so much and you're trying to deal with so much, and it's almost like you are crying out to spirit, say, "Come on, help me out here a little bit here."
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? But would you
Yeah, of
also
course.
understand that I feel that there's one or two people, I would actually go with two, but there's one or two people that are around you that are not exactly helping the situation. If anything, that feels like you're banging your head against a brick wall regarding them.
Yeah, yeah,
You
definitely.
know, you're trying to explain how things well, not need to be done, but how things are and everything else, and it's not that they're just taking a different view. It's almost like one of them's being a little bit obstinate and trying to sort of redirect the energy to go elsewhere for their own ends. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, Have you considered, right, just being shown, have you considered to say, it's almost like one of those situations where you could turn around to someone and say, do you know what? I'm not going to deal with that anymore. I'm going to leave it all to you. And you just get on with what you got to get on with.
Yeah, I wish I could. That's how I feel sometimes. Yeah.
I understand that, but if you did that, you'll still be keeping an eye on them to make sure it's getting done right, or the other people are being looked
Yeah,
after. Do you know what I mean? So don't panic about that. But it's almost, I'm being shown, almost like you need to turn a bit of attention to you. Where you do literally say to somebody, right, you deal with that. I'm going to go on there. And if you don't like it, tough. But I'm going to have a few weeks of doing what I need to do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. Definitely.
Also give yourself a bit of love, Louise. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, personally, just within you and your own energy, give yourself a little bit of love. You're actually worthy. You're actually a good looking lady. I don't know what you look like, but I'm being told this, but you're actually worthy. You're actually a good looking lady, and you're worth more than what you think you are.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Also, find a little love in you to love who you are as well. Tell yourself that you actually love yourself, and you need to. I would say need. You do. It's entirely up to you what you do. But it's almost like it's not even a self-confidence. Just start believing in you again.
Yeah, of course.
You're getting these. I was talking about it before you came in. You get these gut instincts. You get these gut feelings, but you don't really act upon them.
No.
Yeah. And that gut instinct, that silent voice that's within you, that's your own soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's your own soul saying, no, don't do that, do this, or whatever. So try and start to correspond between a gut feeling and what it is you're meant to be doing. So try and start to learn what that gut feeling is, whether it's a warning or don't do this or go ahead and enjoy yourself, whatever. But try and
I just
start
get mixed. I get mixed up with what I'm meant to do and what not.
That's
You know,
what I'm saying.
instinct.
You
It's an hard
totally know
one,
what
isn't
you
it?
mean. Totally know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest things to do is
It is.
to separate what's you, what's spirit, what's your gut
And
instinct,
what's
what's
not.
energy,
Yeah,
what
it is
this.
hard.
Totally
You don't know whether
understand.
to latch on it. Yeah.
So this is what I'm
it's a funny
saying.
one.
As regards your gut instinct, as regards that silent voice in you, um, try and if you meditate or do circles or whatever, when you meditate, try and focus on your stomach and learn the difference, because you will get different feelings in your stomach and they will mean different things. So try and learn. It's like when someone's got a food allergy, you sort of play around with food to work out what it is. It's almost like that.
Yeah.
Play around with the feelings to work out, when you get one feeling and you do something thinking that's right and it goes wrong, then oh, right,
Remember
right,
that
that
feeling. Yeah, I
feeling
see what you mean.
means
Yeah.
the opposite. Play around with it, and over time you will start to learn all these different feelings, what they mean and how it means to you. I'm also being given a warning as well. Don't listen to too many other people with what you should or shouldn't be doing, because that could end up taking you off your path, because you could end up doing something that's right for that person but may not be right for you.
Yeah.
So do what resonates with you. So you try all these different things. You get to realize, oh, I like that. That felt good. That means it resonates with you, and then you should carry on learning that, doing that, whatever. And if there's something that doesn't feel right, then you've got to work out why isn't it right? Why? So if you don't feel right, then that's your own soul saying something's not right.
Yeah.
And you got to work out, well, okay, something's not right. Well, what is it that's not right? And then you rectify that or whatever, and you deal with whatever you've got to do. So you can do all that. I'd highly suggest, if you're not already, joining a circle, things like that. Although I wouldn't say just necessarily a circle to do about spiritual development and mediumship and that. I would say a circle that's got people in there that understand about energy and how many different layers there are. And it's not just on about psychic or mediumship. It's also about synchronizing ourselves to our own soul and connecting to the universe and all the energies and animals and and everything. And if you can find a circle that believes in that and does that, that would highly help you develop.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, not just
Appreciate
spiritually, wise, but you as a person as well. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
of
Because
course.
that's one of the because I run circles and do things like that as well. But it's one of the things I always say to any circle I do or anything that I do like that, or any energy sessions I do with people, it all starts with you.
Yeah, of course. 100%.
You know,
Yeah.
people say to me, how do I connect to spirit? And yeah, I teach that, but I connect to me. I am spirit. I'm spirit in a human body having
Yeah.
a human experience.
It does,
So I'm not.
yeah. Oh,
I'm already spirit. You're already
yeah,
spirit, Louise.
definitely. Yeah,
My
definitely.
parents were already spirit. Every human, every living thing that walks
It's
this earth
spirit,
is
yeah.
spirit of some kind. So
Oh,
connect to that
definitely.
first. Connect to that part of you, and you'll find as well that when you do that, you must have heard about shadow work, yeah?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. We all know, most of us know what shadow work is, and those that don't, shadow work is when you deal stuff about you that are past traumas, past triggers, things that upset
yeah,
you, things that make you negative, feel sad, down, depressed, whatever. We deal with those past stuff in our lives, childhood traumas, blah, blah, blah.
yeah,
But in doing that, in our spiritual development, by dealing with our shadow self, it teaches us a lot about us and who we are as people, ourselves individually.
yeah, definitely.
And that
Yeah,
makes
thank
us
you for
better people as well, because then we become less judgmental. We understand that people do
yeah,
things. We may understand why they do them.
definitely.
But
Mhm.
even
I've
bad
learned that,
people.
yeah.
I mean, how many times do we hear stories about bad people that they done something bad because of it was a behaviour that they were taught, or if they didn't know any different, or they were
And they've
angry,
been
or hurt.
abused or they've experienced that abuse, so yeah, definitely. But you understand
Exactly.
that when, like, I've got a lot more compassion now and I can feel a lot more empathy for people and really feel that connection, feel for people when things happen to them, even though I don't know them. It's
That's
really deep.
lovely.
You can feel for others, can't you, really? Yeah. But I didn't
That's
use
lovely,
that.
Louis.
So it's as I've got older and learnt that,
That's
yeah, and
lovely.
dug into my
That's
traumas and stuff, yeah.
That's so nice that
Yeah.
you said that you become more compassionate, more empathetic.
Oh,
This is what I'm
100%,
saying.
yeah.
When we open ourselves up and understand how we feel and what things are, we can then understand how other people feel, or at the very least, like you say, give a little bit of empathy and a little bit of, a little bit of love, just to let them know that they're not on their own and that things can be dealt with if people talk and communicate.
Yeah, Carl. Definitely. Definitely.
I mean, how many times in your life, Louise, have we've all been frightened of that confrontational conversation or that argument or whatever. But then when we finally build up the strength and sit down with that person and we have that conversation, even if it turns into an argument, at the end of it, how many times we realize, you know what, I didn't see it like that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. It
You know,
happens,
and
doesn't it? Yeah.
they think the same thing. Oh, I didn't realize you thought it like that, and so on. But by the very fact that we've communicated and talked, you suddenly
Yeah.
removed any barriers, and you suddenly realize there's an understanding there that actual fact they're not your enemy. They're just trying to get on with life just like we are.
Just like we are, yeah. Everybody's trying to get by, yeah, Carl.
Exactly,
Definitely.
and everyone has their own battles. It's like you, Lou. I don't know every step of your life to get you to where you are right now and this point that you're on this radio show talking to me, but you have your life, your experiences has got to where you are. So how can I
Oh,
judge you? I don't know your steps. I don't know your life.
no. No,
But what
exactly.
I
It's not
can
our place
do,
to judge, is it?
but what I can do is give you empathy and say to you, don't worry, Louise, everything's going to be okay. Is there anything I can do to help? Anything I can
Yeah,
do to
Carl.
advise you, guide you, help you, or just be a friend to you to help you on your way.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that it's nice, though. It's nice for people to be there and say that to you. It helps you when you're in that situation yourself. So that's why we should always reach out to other people and do the same.
Exactly. You're bang on there. And I think that's a great note to finish on. So thank you for calling in, Louise. And
No,
I hope
thank you.
listen
I appreciate that.
next week. But if you wanted to check me out, I am on the internet, theuniversalmechanic.com. Have a check, send me a message, and I'll always reply. But you take care, Louise.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Take care.
You're more than welcome. Take care. And I do have another lady on another line. I'm line 2 is Loretta of Miamisburg from Ohio. You there, Loretta?
Yes, I'm here.
How are you doing, Loretta?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm good. What a lovely name, Loretta. We don't hear that name often
Thank
here in
you.
the UK, but what a lovely name.
Yeah, you don't hear it here in Ohio much either. Pretty old
I'm gonna
name.
say, Loretta, as soon as I'm talking to you, I've got an energy that's coming in that's full of passion. I'm not saying you are or you're not, but I just feel like passion, as in Hispanic. Someone's doing some flamenco dancing and there's real passion and romance and red hot bloodedness all around you, or someone in spirit that's connecting me, but there's a real passionate energy around you, and I don't know why.
Oh, good. That's a really
Sorry?
good thing, right? I said,
Oh,
that's a good
very
thing,
good.
right?
Oh, very good thing. I'm just wondering, can you understand why I'm getting that energy though?
yeah, I believe so. I believe
Well,
so.
there
I've
you
been doing a
go.
lot of energy work.
As long
Pardon
as it
me?
makes sense to you, as long as it makes sense to you, then that's perfectly okay. But I do. You're saying, is that all good? Oh, trust me, it's a very good energy. It's a very good feeling, because as I'm just sitting here, I'm being uplifted and I'm feeling really quite excited, and it's almost like there's some. It's either going on now, but there's some good stuff going to be coming into your life pretty soon, and I feel really quite excited. I feel like a child at Christmas waiting for Christmas Day to come. Do you know?
Oh, it's funny you say that, but not really funny that you say that, but it does resonate because I am having some issues with my daughter, and she's keeping my granddaughter from me. And
Right.
Spirit has been telling me that she's going to be home before Christmas.
Yeah, I really feel that something good is coming, something really quite exciting. And now you've said what you said, I can feel that emotion there as well. So it's going to be a really quite happy, but happy emotion. But I do feel there's going to be a coming together of energies, a coming together, bringing the family back together. So that would relate to what you're saying. So, and I feel really good. Just hold on to that. I feel we will come by Christmas or at Christmas. And I do feel that there's going to be a thawing out. I do feel that there's going to be an understanding from your daughter's point of view. Something's going to happen between now and Christmas that's going to make your daughter see one or two things in a different light and start understanding almost where you were coming from. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes complete sense.
Okay. But
Absolutely.
one thing I am going to have to say to you, and I do apologize for this, there's nothing you're going to be able to do. You've got to just sit back and let this happen by its own course. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes,
There's
it
going to
does.
be one or two times that's going to be a little bit hard for you where you want to get involved or say something or whatever. I'm just being shown the best thing you can do is just be you. Just be you. Um, Carry on with your own life, and then whatever happens with your daughter, that will happen naturally, and then that's when things will start happening, and then you'll get contact, or communication will start up again. Um, can I also say, what's your grandchild? Is it a boy?
A girl.
A girl, right? Okay, remove that then. Why is there a concern about a young male in your family around you?
I can't think of any. I have one
I thought
grandson, but
it
he's
doesn't have to
older.
be a baby. It doesn't have to be a baby boy or anything else like that. But I feel that there's a younger male, whether it's a child or a teenager or a young adult, but there's a younger man. There's a concern about a younger male around you and in the family. And this is coming from spirit. Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to give me a little bit more spirit. Let me know. Right, there's a young male to show me. He's slightly going off the path slightly, and I'm getting the word rebellious. And I don't know if it means rebel, as in Southern rebel, or anything else, but I get him a feeling I'm getting the word rebellious, that he's starting to rebel against somebody or starting to rebel against authority of some kind. And at the moment, it's still savable. He's not fully gone, as it were. I will also admit that I'm seeing a motorbike or a motorcycle of some kind around this male energy as well, to try and identify where this energy is. But there's a concern about a younger male who's being led astray by other people.
Okay. I mean, my nephew, he's kind of drinking a lot, and he has diabetes and he's not taking very good care of himself in that
That's
manner.
right. There you go. That's the younger male. That's the younger male. And I feel that he may be around people that are not good for him, that may be contributing to his drinking, to his issues that he may or may not have. But as soon as you mentioned the young nephew and the drinking and that, I knew straight away the spirit are actually genuinely concerned about him because he's listening to the wrong people.
Right, right.
Okay. Just for a little bit of lightheartedness, Loretta, I don't know why Spirit are bringing this in, but why are they showing me sweet corn or corn on the cob and they're laughing about it?
Now, what is it? Sweet corn?
Sorry? Sweet corn, corn on
Did
the
you say?
cob.
I don't know. The only
They're
thing I
showing
can
me
think of is,
They're
go ahead.
showing me a corn on the cob, and I don't know if it's a logo or they're showing me just a corn on the cob itself or sweet corn, but they're showing me something, a corn on the cob. I don't know if it's a picture, a logo, or an actual thing, but they're finding it funny. There's something fun. It's a logo, it's a picture of some kind. They're showing me a picture with a sweet corn or a corn on the cob on it or something. I don't know what you guys call it, but sweet corn on the cob. They're
Yeah,
showing me
corn
a
on the
picture.
cob.
Yeah, corn on the cob. They're showing me a
Um,
picture or a logo or something, but they're finding it funny.
it might come to me later or something. The only
Oh,
thing that I really relate to is my mother. She used to cut the corn off of the cob when she ate it, and I do the same.
okay, it could be that. But I'm also being, as you said, I'm also being, don't dismiss it. Just keep it in your mind, and you might see a picture or a logo or something that makes you laugh. And if you do, and it's got a corn on the cob on it, be aware of where you are and the energies that are around you in that moment.
Okay, I can do
Okay,
that.
because I think you will see or feel something that will be significant to what we're talking about.
Okay.
Okay, so because all I'm just trying to say is spirit give us messages and signs all the time. It's just us that miss them or are not aware of them, or that we don't really quite take it enough on board. So all I'm saying is, if you can't fully relate to what the sweet corn reference is, don't worry about it. It will show itself, and you'll have that moment where you go, "Oh, I get it." You'll have an epiphany moment. Um, can I also ask? In the last week or last couple of weeks, have you been praying or asking for spirit for something
Yeah, yeah.
in specific? Well, I've just been told they've
Absolutely.
been seeing you praying and asking spirit specifically for something, and they're saying, and all I'm being told is, we've heard you, we are doing what we can.
Yeah. Yep. It's been longer than the last couple of weeks, but I have been connecting more with spirit here lately, and I can feel the energy more now than I've been doing it for years, but I actually started connecting with crystals,
Why are
and
they
I can
showing?
feel the energy. Pardon me?
Carry on, crystals. Carry on. Yeah.
I feel that energy through them as I'm meditating, and it's just really, I feel like I'm connected more. Like
Yeah.
I can feel and hear more unless I'm talking to myself, but I don't feel like I am.
Well, they're saying they're hearing you. Whatever
They're
it is you've been
hearing
up,
me.
whatever it is you're trying to do, they are actually saying they're hearing you. This is the other thing we have an issue with, us being human. We always naturally assume, we're asking anything, and because it doesn't come our way the way that we believe or think or assume it's going to happen, we then think that we've not been heard or whatever. This is when it comes into the cliche of be careful what you ask for, because you might just get what you ask for. So what I'm saying is, you'll get what you're asking for. Spirit are guiding you, and they'll show you, but it will come to you in a way that you won't expect.
Right, right. Well,
Does that make sense?
the last couple, that makes all kinds of sense. Quite, but like my biggest concern has been my granddaughter, like I said, and it has, it's been going on for quite some time. It's the last couple years, but
I
mainly
do
with my
feel
daughter for a long
I do feel a thawing out of relations and a resolution to all of this is close. Okay, so don't stop fighting, don't stop giving love and light, And I do feel Christmas could be a major turning point for you.
And that's what I'm praying for. That come to me today too, or it's been coming to me. He'll be
But there
back
you
before
go.
Christmas.
How lovely is that? If he came to you today and then I've said the same thing, that's Spirit's way of trying to confirm what they're trying to get to you. So have belief and faith and trust in Spirit. You've asked them to bring them to you. You've asked them to see your granddaughters, and they're going to do as much as they can. I'm so sorry, Loretta, but I've run out of time for this evening. Please take my love. And I hope, and please stay in touch, because I'd like to hear how you get on in the future. And I hope that you have a wonderful Christmas. But I do feel resolution is coming close. I do feel a bringing together of hearts and of relationships and friendships and family. So please take my love. Thank you, everyone. And I hope to see you all next week. Take care and see you soon. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee John. Renee John, live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm glad you're here with me tonight. It is now 9:30 Central Time in Tennessee in the United States, and I am so excited to be back once again on the show with you all. It is Reset Wednesday, and as you all know, if you don't know, some of you know, it is Reset Wednesday, and that is my belief that no matter where you're at in your week, you can reset. And since people call that hump day and we're trying to get over the hump, trying to make things better, I like to think that that's a perfect time to reset. It's really amazing, you know, how much we carry with us, all the stress of our everyday, day in and day out of our lives, and the things that just come up, you know, throughout the week. And, you know, sometimes they kind of blindside us. Sometimes we're moving through the week, everything's going great, and Wednesday morning you wake up and you got a flat tire, kids are sick, something's, you know, checks bounce, something's crazy's happened in your world, and you just kind of feel like, man, you know, this is like halfway through my week. How are we going to continue on? And I'm here to tell you that you can use your breath, you can use your subconscious mind to reset any challenges that you have, whether it's Wednesday or any other time. And what I like to help people remember is by using your breath, you can change your state of mind, your state of being. Your subconscious mind, as I often say, does not know the difference in fact or fiction. So if you feel like you're having the worst day ever, you can just tell your subconscious mind or just tell yourself, this isn't such a bad day. Actually, it's a great day. Look, the sun's out, the dogs are happy, everything went good so far this morning. And, that one phone call or that one little thing that happened is just a glitch, it's just one little thing. And sometimes those little glitches help kind of line us up to help us get to that place where maybe we kind of veered off a little bit off track, and sometimes it may seem like the worst thing. And then when you step back later, maybe the next day or so, you look back and you go, wow, that just helped slow me down a minute so that I can focus and get back where I need to be. So saying that, I would like to demonstrate just for a moment how to bring yourself back to center. And it's very, very simple and it's very important. And I recommend that you do this all the time, anytime you want to. If you have a test that you're going to take, or you have a meeting at work, or a tough client, or whatever it is in your world, that you can use these techniques for that as well. You're getting ready to walk into that meeting and somebody comes out and says, yeah, so and so is not in a good mood. You can go, okay, and just take a minute, anchor, put those fingers together, go back to all that good stuff that's in those anchors, and then breathe into your nose as far as you can and exhale through your mouth. Yeah, like that. Just as slow and controlled as you can. Again, in through your nose. And count when you do that. If you can get to 4, that's great. Exhale. You can take the time and do these breaths. Say 10 times is great, 5 times works fine, even once or twice. What it does, it doesn't only just reset your thought patterns, it actually calms your heart rate, it lowers your blood pressure, it helps calm down your digestive system. It is absolutely phenomenal how simple and how effective this process works. There's many, many people out there that know this already. And then for those of y'all that don't, welcome to it, because it is really incredible when you learn these little tricks and tips on how to realign yourself so that you're not just stumbling through the world, or allowing people to push your buttons and control you. And that leads me into something that's very, very important. And it's been on my mind a lot because it seems like everybody I've talked to this week has been about the word is anxiety. I don't like that word. I know it's a label. I like the word better, like we're out of balance, we're not feeling it, we're stressed. Anxiety's got a really strong, powerful punch just to the word. And then it leads to diagnosis, it leads to medication, sometimes it leads to stigma. Some people don't like people to know they have anxiety. Guys, we all have it. It's part of the human condition, and sometimes it's more extreme than others. There's different levels, and there's nothing to be ashamed of ever. Again, with the techniques that I'm teaching you every week, these are all great, wonderful ways to check back in with yourself. And if you're in a moment of stress and high stress, anxiety, panic mode, or God forbid you're hiding out from the world because you just can't cope, you can use these little tips and techniques. And I have so many more I'd love to teach you. You can contact me and set up an appointment. Get in one of my programs. I have a great program, 4 weeks to the ideal you. And it's very in-depth, very deep techniques and meditations and focusing and nutritional concepts. It's everything, mind, body, spirit. And I would love to share that with you. Just get in touch with me, and I'll get you an intake form, and we can go through it and see where you come in, where you kind of score, and then from there we can decide which way to go. A lot of people have more tricks and tips and a lot more education in these things. So, they're not quite where some people are. They're just getting started. It's like being on a grand trip, and some just got started and some are almost at the precipice of their whole journey. So it's customized for you. It's definitely just customized for you. There's nothing, typical about the course. However, using these techniques, one of the best things I know for anxiety is when I'm starting to feel that sense of, everything's going wrong, I don't know what to do. I got to breathe, whatever. The first thing I do is go to my breath always. And just like I just showed you. And then I put my hand on my heart. I feel my heart, physically feel my heart. And then I feel my heart mentally. I check in, I tune in with my body, and I ask, my body, what are you feeling right now? And sometimes it's like, boy, I got a lot of tightness in my chest. Sometimes, oh, my belly doesn't feel so good. I feel like I might, be nauseous, or God forbid, I'll be sick or something, worse. And then sometimes it's like, yeah, I got that kind of sharp pain in my head, or my neck gets tight. So wherever that is, that awareness is, I shift my consciousness to that part of my being, and I breathe into that area. And then I ask, which is so important, is this mine? Because I'm an empath and a lot of us are. So is this mine? Am I feeling what my husband's feeling? Am I feeling what my neighbors are feeling, my children, the world, at large? What is this? Because I'm pretty tuned in usually. So it's like, if it's mine, the first thing I ask is, what can I do about this? Is there something I can do? And instantly my head goes, after all these years of training, yes, use your breath, use your breath. I use my breath, and then tune into your surroundings. So the first thing I do is I look around the room. And right now, you see this picture behind me, but I have another really pretty picture in front of me over here. And like, since it's in front of me, I would focus on it. It's a beautiful syrup jar with vases, and a beautiful wood bowl with oranges in it, and these gorgeous flowers in this vase. So I would focus, I would find a focal point. If you're driving, you pull over on the side of the road, find a focal point. It could be your dash, it could be your speedometer, it could be your beautiful ring, it could be anything. It could be a bird in the sky, whatever it is. But find something and put all of your attention on it, every bit of it. So that whatever's going on the, the peripheral, whatever's going on deep inside of you, all those symptoms and reactions, all it is your body telling you that you're out of balance. And fear, of course, puts us even deeper out of balance. Anxiety is fear. So by putting your focus and your awareness on a focal point, a focus object, like I'm talking about this picture. So this picture is orange and brown and yellow, and it's got shades of orange in it. It's not just one color orange. It's got the browns in it are about 3 different shades that look like a blue background. So I would focus on the individual um, pieces, parts of whatever I'm looking at. So like this one's, I could count the petals in the flower. There's probably about 50 in one. And then I could count, I'm just, guesstimating here, 30 in the other. And then I notice the hues of the orange and the yellow and the different colors of the leaves. And at this point, what you're doing is you're taking your conscious mind onto something more relaxing so that your subconscious mind can do the work. And the subconscious mind doesn't, it doesn't know the difference in fact or fiction. So if you're telling it, oh my God, Godzilla's at my front door and he's coming through the door and I'm going to die, your subconscious mind is going to go into, dear God, protect this person, let me protect this person. And what am I going to do? And your heart's going to start pounding. Your blood pressure is going to go up. You're going to get the desire to run like crazy or freeze. I don't usually freeze, but it can happen. And when you freeze, of course, you're frozen, you're in terror. So that's not a good place to be. Running scared to death, especially if something that you don't even know is real, is not a good feeling. So if you're focusing on this object and you're taking in the structure of the object and you're totally distracted on that, your subconscious mind has a chance to slow down, slow everything down in your body. You're doing your breath work, your heart rate's coming down. You're asking yourself, is this mine? If it's mine, what can I do about it? Maybe I need to go for a walk before I go into the office this morning. Maybe I should park my car a block away and just walk. Maybe I should take the stairs instead of the elevator. There's such simple things we can do to change our state of being. It is the amount of things that you can do are only limited by your imagination. Totally, truly. You can, you can play with your fingertips. You can wiggle your toes in your shoes. You can, get fascinated by your elbow. I mean, I know I'm being ridiculous, but you really can. If you have animals, you can watch your animals play. You can stand outside and watch the wind and the trees. if you're near water, that's the best thing for me. If you're near any body of water, if you're standing in your kitchen, turn on the faucet, watch the faucet, watch the water run, and just see it and listen to it and get in that moment of that water. This is being mindful. This is being in the present, because the point of power is in the present. It's only now. The past is gone. The future is what it is, but we have right now. And after hearing about teenagers this past week that are desperate for help, hearing about seniors who are struggling, excuse me, are struggling, trying to find balance in this new world because they don't understand the new world. Talking to a dad the other day, that he's a single dad and he doesn't know what to do with his 4 children, and he's really struggling. And all these people, that's the word they use, is anxiety. Several of them are now being seen, and they're, going on medications, and more power to them. If that's what they need, that's what they need. Hopefully it's just for a short time and they learn other things to do to manage their lives and then to thrive in it. Because if you don't have joy and happiness, you got to find it. You got to look for it. Sometimes it's just not given to us. Sometimes we really have to look for it and create it in our world. And there's so many ways to do it, again, with the water, with the beauty around us. It's fall here. It's almost wintertime here, and excuse me, in Tennessee. And it's not quite as nice for me as the spring and the summer, but those beautiful autumn leaves are gorgeous. The wind just blowing them on the ground, and just watching them yesterday, it was like, okay, I got this. I can do this. And what was I panicked about? I almost fell down the stairs, and my heart was just pounding like, oh my God, what if I'd have fell? And then this would have happened and that would happen. And then instantly I do what I call flip the script. And it was like, okay, so I didn't fall. What if I had a fall? What if I'd have started to fall and I caught myself, and I would have been fine and I wouldn't have got injured? And, it's just the simple thing sometimes of changing what we're telling ourselves, because a lot of times what we're worried about is just not real. It is just not real. And that goes back to my vision, I think it was last week. And then this Monday morning, the message that I got from Spirit when I was sitting in meditation was beautiful. I was shown all these doves. It was like these 3 white doves, and 3 is a big number for me. These 3 white doves came up, and the sense of peace was incredible. And then I was shown literal hippie peace signs, and they were, all different psychedelic colors, big ones, little ones, but these doves. And what I heard, well, there will be I'm going to try to read it to you, a peace agreement, an unprecedented peace agreement that people will be shocked by. This morning, when I was washing dishes, actually, and I turned on YouTube, the first thing I heard was they're talking about, and I can't even remember what country it was. I think it was Russia and the Ukraine, but whatever it was. But they were talking about that now the peace will be coming, that they're talking peace. They're talking ways to de-escalate this war, to stop this, to stop the killing, to stop the violence. And I thought, well, of course, my visions usually are really on track. And I was just so grateful that, things can return more to a sense of balance. Whatever you believe about whatever's going on out there, that's all fine and great, but nobody wants people to die. I really believe most people don't want war. Most of us want peace. We don't want the children to suffer. We don't want people to be killed and murdered, especially these young men that are serving in the military that don't even want to be there. And in some countries, they don't have a choice. We do right now. And thank God for that. There was a time that we didn't, and I pray that never happens again. But those children, these young people that didn't want to go, a lot of them didn't get to come home. And I believe that most humans do not want strife and battles and war and competition, these things. And what I'm seeing on a regular from my guides and in my dreams is that we don't get wrapped up in it. It is happening. It's not that it's not true. It's just the facts that we're getting aren't true. And it really is a grand illusion if people believe this is it. But you know what you think about, you bring about. So if we're all focused on what we don't want, we're creating what we don't want. So again, flip the script. You start listening to the news, you hear people talking about it, flip the script. Could you imagine what would happen if they decided to sign international peace treaties across the world and we could all work together? I mean, doesn't that feel great, you know? And some people would say, oh, that's such a Pollyanna viewpoint. Well, then I'll be Pollyanna because I'd much rather focus on that than the other side of it. Because the other side of that brings me anxiety. It makes my heart beat funny. It makes my head hurt. It makes me start thinking things about the future that aren't joyful, aren't happy. You know, I can prepare for the worst and expect the best. That's my motto in everything, whether it's growing food, putting food aside, canning food, educating myself on health and human nutrition and animal nutrition and herbology and ways to bring down, you know, to bring the spirit into balance with the body and the mind, to calm the mind. Mental illness is at an all-time high, and everything we're talking about, you know, that I'm sharing with you and that everyone's out there screaming about, it doesn't have to be that way. You know, but we don't have to have this the way it is. So we have to choose to work on ourselves first and then to spread that out into the world. So, saying that, I would like to just go into a little meditation here in a moment, and it's going to be pretty short because the show is short. But I just want you to think about, before we start the meditation, colors: orange, red, yellows, greens, blues, purples, golds, silvers, whites, blacks, and all the colors in between, all the hues, every color you can imagine. And I'd like you to not just think of them, but I'd like you to picture them. So if you can picture the color yellow, the true color yellow. Yellow is the color of the solar plexus chakra, and that's right between the breastbones. And the solar plexus chakra is a place where when we're in balance, we have beautiful confidence. We have, we choose the best choices. It's easy to make choices, great choices. We find ourselves in alignment with, you know, things of spirit. We feel like we have self-worth, and our self-worth grows when our solar plexus is in balance. What I know from all of my studies with Reiki and quantum touch and hypnosis and everything else, and the food charts and the food healing, eating electric. You know, I tell you, if you want to be electric, eat electric. You want to have low energy, eat low energy food, eat dead food, eat processed food, eat chemicals, eat crap. And I guarantee you, it won't be very long, you'll be feeling it. But if you eat electric and you eat the rainbow, because there's so many fruits and vegetables out there with color, amazing color. And when you eat that way, you bring that energy into the body, into the spirit. So, being that the solar plexus is represented by the color yellow, when you think about your solar plexus in this short little meditation we're going to do, this visualization in a moment, I want you to notice what color yellow your solar plexus is. If it's murky brown, if it's dark, I want you to brighten it. If that means to bring a light into it, however you want to do it, you know what the color yellow looks like. It could be lemon yellow. It is lemon yellow, sunshine yellow, however you need to do it to brighten that up. And that's just the solar plexus chakra that we're speaking on right now. That also, you know, comes from above and below the color. So it all just increases as we move through this little visualization. It will help you so much with your confidence, your self-worth, your self-love, so that you love yourself. Because if you can't love yourself and you don't love yourself, it's really hard to love anybody else truly. And when you walk out in the world and you're not confident, it seems like we attract things that are fearful, and it brings fear. Because again, if your solar plexus is out of balance, you're going to notice that you have more fear, concerns, worries, and anxiety, right? More stress, everything's stressful. So, as we're doing this exercise, I just want you to bring in this beautiful color. Like I said, it could be the sunshine, it could be a lemon, it could be a yellow ray of light, whatever it is for you is perfect. There's no perfect way. I'm just your guide. And all hypnosis is self hypnosis. So you're in charge. and you can take it as far as you want. You can, when I'm done with this show, you can continue on. And I pray that you practice these exercises daily and get in touch with me and let me know, how it's going. And if you have comments or suggestions, you've been doing this for a while, share your viewpoints with me. I love that. I really do. So saying all of that, just allow yourself to become very conscious of where you're sitting. Feel your chair on your bottom on the chair. Notice in front of you somewhere, whether it's on my screen or your wall or whatever it is, a focal point. Find something to focus on. And when you focus on this item, whatever it is, look for the deepest parts of it. Like I said, if it's a flower, look at the petal, look at the line in the petal, look at the shadow on the line, look at the hues, the colors. That's it. This is a creative visualization. And you can choose to do this eyes open, or it's much more relaxing. You can close your eyes. And as you close your eyes, just imagine, or if they're open, imagine your focal point. Bring that deep inside of you. And imagine now, however you can, your solar plexus there, right under your breastbone, right in the center of your chest, below your heart, but in the middle. That's it. And as you focus on this area, I would just like you to notice what color comes to you. The color for this area is typically yellow. Sometimes it appears as other colors. That's fine. But notice what shade it is. Is it dark? Is it dull? Is it bright? Is it light? I'd like you to use the magic of your mind and just imagine that beautiful, beautiful solar plexus brightening. You can imagine it with like a flashlight inside or a candle, or you could imagine the rays of the sun coming through into that. That's it. That's it. And as you focus on it, bring that yellow brighter and brighter still. Bring it to the beautiful pale yellow with a brightness to it. And then just notice you can choose to have like a brightness knob, and you can turn that brightness knob up. Or you could take a picture and superimpose it there. Whatever you choose. You can imagine a picture you've seen of the perfect yellow, orange, yellow lemons, or the yellow sunshine, whatever it is for you. But bring it there now. And as you bring this into your solar plexus, ask yourself, is this comfortable for me? Is this a practice that I can stick with? That's it. Is what I'm feeling or have been feeling, is it mine? Is it someone else's? What does it feel like when I'm having that sensation? Knowing that you're in a safe place to explore this now. And I want you to imagine when you're having that sense of anxiety, stress, confusion, fear, whatever it is, just for a moment. I'm going to count to 3. Feel it on the number 3. 1, feeling it. 2, a little stronger. 3, you're there. You see yourself. You know what that looks like. That's it. Now, snap out of it. Go back. That's it. Now, just allow yourself to step back out of that and look at it as if you're across the room or it's on a television screen, and see yourself in that moment. That's it. Separate from it. It's over there. You're here. You're apart from it. That's it. Now notice, check in with yourself and feel what that feels like now. If it was, say, a 5 or a 7 before, is it a 2 or a 1 or a 3 now? That's right. That's perfect. And as you feel the changes and you notice that that intensity has came down, and you notice how you could bring that on just by thinking about it, and then you could shift back. This is just how simple it really will be when you need this practice. If you should need this practice again, you could see how you could create it, and then decreate it. So there's the script, there's the trauma, there's the drama, and then you flip the script. And when you flip the script, now you're out of the drama, you're out of the trauma, you're feeling calm, you're feeling confident. Yes, you're feeling lots of self love, a lot of self esteem. You got this, you got your power. And remember to always stay in your power. Don't give that away. There is no fear, only awareness. No fear, only awareness. No fear, only awareness. Fear is false emotions appearing real. It is not real. It is false emotions appearing real. Allow yourself to begin to come back into the room, knowing you're in total awareness and total love, ready to go on with your night. Sleep wonderful tonight. And in the morning, you'll get up and get your lemon water, drink that beautiful lemon water throughout the day, and watch your body sculpt and change. Remember to get your essential oils and be smelling them to bring you down and calm you down. Lavender, rose, frankincense. That's it. Thank you, everyone. I pray you have a blessed night and a blessed week. And check in next week, and let's see if this prayer calls come, this peace treaty is coming. It would be absolutely phenomenal for it to happen in the next 24 hours. I love you all. Don't forget to keep looking up. Never forget you're not alone. You got this. You're super powerful. And keep practicing. And holler at me. Let's get you signed up for that 4 weeks. 4 weeks of the Ideal You custom plan just for you. I love you all. Y'all have a great night.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is the recently hibernating Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight, and I'm going to give you the date, which I rarely do because it's important. It's April 26th. Just so you know, I am live tonight. The last time I was live was the February 22nd, and as I recall, I said, I think I feel like I'm getting a cold. And, of course, for the next 60 days, I was under the malinfluence of influenza. I had a flu to beat the band. I had a miserable, horrible, disgusting flu that wouldn't let go. So I missed the last 2 months. And I had a few things I wanted to talk about. So if you don't mind, I'm going to spend the next, 60 days just talking to you right now. I'm commandeering this. I'm going to filibuster and just speak for 60 days. Or maybe you'll just talk for a few minutes, and then we'll spend the rest of the 60 minutes taking phone calls. That's what I used to do. Isn't that what I did? I would read the cards. Gosh, it's been strange. And, you know, I don't know if I even can talk because cabin fever set in after a few weeks, and it's just odd. It was just so strange because I would come close to being able to. I said, I'm going to go on. I'll go on. I'll make it this Wednesday, and then of course I couldn't do it, mostly because my voice was shot. And radio, of course, it kind of depends on voices. So without my voice, that was, without a song, right? Nothing came out. Nothing came out at all. So here I am, about 22,000 aspirins later. Lots of calls to the doctor saying, what is this? And, of course, it wasn't that big thing, it wasn't that thing, because I had that thing in 2020, and I am not getting that thing again. And here, last year in March, I had a flu too, and I missed about a month or so. But this is closer to 2 months. So a lot has happened in that time in terms of world history. But something, we don't really care about that here. I'll tell you why. Because I get asked about that. Why don't you discuss current events? And first of all, my nose is still a little clogged up. First of all, you can get that current event stuff any place now. It seems like that's now. There was a time when on cable TV they would exploit stand-up comedians, and they were all over. And then they went to fashion models, because they're a little cheaper and quieter than stand-up comedians. And then then they discovered news. And holy mackerel, they say, here's something that's changing, and we can get people angry with it. And when you get people angry, they're going to tune in and listen. And what better yet, you can get people afraid. If you can get, I was out during that whole balloon thing from China. I was out for all of that stuff. And does it make a difference? A year later, are we going to even remember it? But there are eternal things in the world, eternal problems, eternal. And something, you're not supposed to use the word problem anymore. If you notice that, nobody has problems. They have issues. To me, issue is like Newsweek, or used to be. There is no Newsweek now. I know there's a website that calls itself that, but they bought the name. And it's, that's just how the news works. It's a brand now. So, the world changes because the changing world is good for ratings. The main things stay the same. I missed, I was out for the whole beer can thing, so I don't think that's going to, This is the last thing in the world I needed lying around with the flu was hearing people talk about beer. I was nauseated enough as it is. They didn't need to hear about beer. And that's just, so I had to put the radio away. Naturally, I don't have a television set because to me, television is just intrusive. I don't deal with that. I spent too many years in the media business to not know that they're really out there to try to just hurt you and try to scare you and try to keep you off balance. There were several big media firings while I was holed up here in the International House of Sneezing. That's what it turned out to be, and let me understand that. There's a whole industry where you have to keep commenting on what's going on in the news. And it's like when I was a little kid, and maybe a lot of you know about this too, you've done this too. All the little boys would be playing with yo-yos. And then suddenly everybody would have a top, the little kind of top that you would wrap a string around and do tricks. And then, okay, so I'll play with a top. And then a little later, everybody was suddenly playing with a Duncan yo-yo again. And I think that was just to get us all accustomed to being yanked around. I was hesitating there, looking for the cleanest way I could possibly say that. But there you go. And when you're on the sidelines, as I was for 60 days, because then other things come to mind, and I started remembering people I'd known over the years. I remembered a guy I knew from Moose Jaw, Alaska. Now, you see, where does that come up? That bubbled into my head, too. He was from Moose Jaw, Alaska, and he moved way down south to San Francisco, which to him is south. And he became a teacher of improvisational comedy technique. And he held classes in that. And the goal of that was to prepare the performer to be able to improvise for an audition so that they could get a part in a TV series. And I thought of this guy because he had one student who was incorrigible. I mean, the student just ran amok. No matter what the scene was, no matter what they were trying to do, he would just go crazy. And he said to this guy, you know, I can't really work with you. I can't do anything with you because, I mean, you're not helping yourself by being so undisciplined. I mean, what do you think? They're going to put together a TV show just so that you can just run amok and do silly things and crazy stuff? It isn't going to happen. Well, of course, the guy's telling me this over a drink because he was drinking a lot at that time, because the guy he spoke that to was a young fella named Robin Williams. Now, that's funny to me. He said, what do you think they're going to do, Robin? Write a TV series just for you? Well, that's kind of what happened. So don't, I guess, by way, and of course the message there, and he knew it, my friend knew it, that the message is don't take advice like that. You know, if you just do what you do, be who you are, do what you want to do in that sense. That doesn't mean, you know, if you feel like shoving somebody out of the window, do it. But Lord knows there's people, well, never mind, let's not go there. We want to be positive and upbeat. But you see, when you're lying around in bed for 60 days and sick, and you went from the stage saying, gee, I can't wait to get better. So you get to a point where saying, I hope I don't die. And then you get to the point where saying, I hope I do die, you know, because it's just so bad. But remember, and I mean this quite seriously, because one of the things that really irks me about people in general is the habit people have of putting themselves down. And I say that because there's a lot of people in this world who are willing to put you down. You know that. You've encountered them. You've experienced them. They have tried to put you down. So why do you want to do their job for you? But you know you better than anyone else. And I'm going to tell you this. This is the secret to it. It's comparison. Don't do that. Don't compare. Don't compare because, yeah, you know, let's say you can't write like F. Scott Fitzgerald or Hemingway, but they couldn't write like you. You can't paint like Picasso, but Picasso couldn't paint like you. Just be yourself and don't compare yourself to other people. And what happens will happen. You'll find success doing what you want to do. And you don't need the approval of other people. That was what really killed me about so many people in the entertainment business, is they really just live for approval. It was just approval. I'm not going to mention any names except Danny Aiello, and I'm going to mention him because it's okay. There's nothing wrong with Danny Aiello. He was a wonderful guy. I knew his son Ricky Aiello. Great family, nice people. Well, I was working in a particular comedy club. And it was the anniversary, and it was the 25th anniversary. It was been a long time, this club. And Danny Aiello came because he had started there as I think he was a bartender, and then they did improvisational acting, and I think you can guess what the name of the place was, but he gave a short little speech. He said, I'd like to thank he thanked the place for allowing me to make $1 million a year now. Now, Danny Aiello was making $1 million a year. Okay, fine. There was one actor who was there and heard that. And for weeks afterwards, he would strike up conversations with me about the weather, about the news, about anything in the world. And he'd say, after a couple of minutes, you don't really think that Danny Aiello actually makes $1 million, do you? He couldn't handle that. He couldn't deal with that. I'm not going to tell you his name because you've seen him all over television many times, and it's just there's no point in that. But I mean, and he does have a reputation for being neurotic. However, you know, don't beat yourself up is what I'm saying. Don't beat yourself up. Because there's plenty of people out there in the world who are more than happy to do that for you. And that is my lesson in life. If I could share that with anyone, be positive. Be as positive as possible. You know, because, look, it is possible to have really horrible things happen to you in life and still be happy. That doesn't mean that you have to be a gibbering fool and say that, because let's face it, if something happens to you and somebody says to you, that was a blessing in disguise, that means the universe really screwed you over. So let's not get too carried away there. But the essence of being a happy person is contentment, and the essence of that is being secure. And if you find yourself feeling insecure, examine that. Ask yourself why you feel insecure. But to find out that somebody else in your field is making more money than you are, and that if that ruins your year, you're in the wrong business. That's crazy. It's like, a little news person, a person on a cable news show was fired the other day, and I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Well, of course, I spend a lot of time around news people, TV news people especially, and I can tell you that the one thing that they know for sure is that every morning when they wake up, they have a very good chance of being fired by the time the sun sets. It's just that's the nature of the business. And they'll get hired somewhere else. If being fired stuns you, there was another one who was fired a year or so ago from the same place, and he had to go into therapy over that. Usually I would go into the unemployment office when I got fired, but it didn't occur to me to go into therapy. But you see, this is because the people are beating themselves up. They identify themselves with their job and with their success, and you're never going to be successful like that. You're never going to be that successful. There's always going to be insecurity. I'm not going to mention names, but there was an actor I knew, and it's not I'm not mentioning names because I'm such a kind-hearted person. I'm saving it for my book. No, I wouldn't do that then. But I knew this guy who was a hardworking actor, very hardworking actor. And all he wanted was to be in the original cast of a hit Broadway show because then you can clean up financially. And he did it. He did it. And he was in a big hit, got a Tony Award that year, the award, the big one. And he was sitting on top of the world. And I happened to be at his table at a restaurant with a bunch of other people. And his agent came by, and after he, and I'll clean the obscenities up here, after he achieved his life's goal and got himself a starring role in a hit Broadway show that he got a Tony Award for, he turned to his agent and he said, "Now do you think you can get me a movie?" So you see, this is why I have no ambition. I really don't. And the funny thing is, once I stopped having any ambitions in life, everything I wanted in the world came to me. Go figure that one out, right? I'd like to write a book about not having any ambition, but in order to write a book like that, you have to aspire to do it. And how are you going to write? How do you aspire to write a book about dropping all your aspirations? See, that's a bit of a tough one there, but you see, I'm going to come out like a hypocrite no matter what I do. But at the very least, you can have dreams. We all have dreams, but don't let the two things. Don't beat yourself up and don't let your aspirations and ambitions become your reason to exist, because then you are going to be disappointed and you're going to end up hating yourself. And you don't want to do that because you're stuck with you. Hating yourself is not going to be a good solution. And these are the kind of things that were playing through my mind for the last 60 days. And like I said, I said at the top, I may just be able to talk for an hour because I'm so backlogged mentally. I missed you guys. I missed it. I missed the whole thing. I'm very sorry to all the people who had tried to schedule readings with me, but it was impossible. There were some people who ordered some books, and of course, the best way to get books, I was telling them, was, to go to mojoacademy.org and get them directly from the printing plant, because if you get them through, let's say, Amazon or contacting me, you probably would have gotten a surprise bonus with your books, which was a bucket load of viruses. You don't want that. I don't like mailing things to people when I'm sick, but I'm better now, theoretically. The question is, will I be back next week? Tune in next week to find out. But we're here now, and we're going to make the most of it now. And I am really thrilled to be back. I had a miserable 2 weeks, but I was looking forward to this moment, and here it is. Now, was that ambition? Maybe it's a small ambition nonetheless, but it might have been let's say it's an aspiration and not an ambition. But those are the things that I was thinking about, which is as I was reflecting on what the comical opera that passes for my life. Don't be ambitious. If you now, aspire to not being not being ambitious, of course, is an ambition. So it's a treadmill, you see. But you'll see what I mean when you work on that, because you have everything you need now. Anything else is icing on the cake. Now that said, icing is a lot of fun. So I'm not putting that down. That's for sure. I love successful stuff, but the key is to not see yourself as a failure simply because you didn't get something that you didn't have much of a chance of getting anyway. See what I mean? Because these things can happen to anybody. That's an old saying in the theater, by the way. You can play to an empty house, or you can become a big star. Becoming the true people who became big stars understood, who maintained their mental health, understood that that could happen to anybody. So there you go. Well, listen, we have got the whole rest of the show ahead of us, and let's do some reading. You know what I'm doing? I'm babbling because I'm feeling insecure because I haven't done this for 2 months, and I have this little nagging voice in the back of my head that says, suppose you forgot how tarot cards work. But that's not going to happen because we're here tonight. And if you want to know more about what I do, if you've never heard me before, this is surely a weird introduction to me. But you can learn more about me at magic-works.com, MAGICK works.com, and there's like 100 pages of information there, and I add to it all the time. I did manage during my illness to put up a new celebrity horoscope, although this is not really a celebrity. This is a notorious person in a sense. I put up a horoscope for Hunter Biden. It's a birth chart for Hunter Biden, and that's worth reading. So you go to magic-works.com and look at the horoscopes there, the celebrity horoscopes. You'll find some interesting stuff there, and you'll also find out how you can get your own birth chart for the astounding sum of nothing, absolutely nothing. Take advantage of that. So let's do this. Let's get back to the way we used to do it. Ring the bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Look at that. I just cut the tarot cards just to see what the feeling for the night is going to be. And I got the sun, which is health and happiness and healing and growth. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So here we go. We're now in sacred space, and the cards are all shuffled up. And we're going to get to our first reading, which is, let's see, Sierra in Milwaukee. You know something? I saw that, and I thought that was the place. I was trying to find the name. So I'm sorry. That must happen to you all the time. But hi, no, now, wait a minute. I almost said hi, Sierra, and hi, Sierra, which is another. There was a waitress at a comedy club named Leah, and every once in a while the comics would say, "Hi, Leah," and then they'd start laughing because they realized they mentioned a racetrack, Hi, Leah, and she would look at them and said, "Yeah, that was funny the first 2,000 times." So you just brought that to my mind because I was just about to say hi, Sierra, but hello, Sierra. How are you tonight?
Hello, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm glad to be here. That's it. I was knocking on heaven's door there for a while, but I'm back, and this is my first show in 2 months, and you're my first experimental subject in 2 months. So experimental, I mean, to see if I know what the hell I'm doing, right? So what can I look at for you today? What can I look at for you?
I actually had 2 questions as well. Career-wise, I'm thinking about leaving my current job to something new, and I'm kind of
okay. Wait,
about that.
Hold, stop right there, because I just cut the deck when you said that, and I got the page of rods. The rods are career, and the page is the appearance of something new. So you're on the right track here, and the 2 of rods is here, so that's about. Getting the 2 of rods is about waiting for the results of something that you've done. career-wise. So yeah, and I also have the Eight of Cups, which is about walking away from something that isn't working for you and going to something better. So the cards are all showing that's very good. They also have the Seven of Cups here, which shows me that you have a really strong imagination, and that's good because you can see possibilities where other people don't. That's good. That's good. So all of these things, the reason I stopped you there is because it's showing me exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to see. There, I've got it again. That's the sun. That's the card I had earlier. That's good. Health, healing, growth, happiness. Yeah, you are on the right track. You are getting something new is going to work out well for you. Now, there was another question you had?
I've been single for 2 years, and I'm about ready to start dating, but I haven't met no one interesting.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Now, because, I mean, you're going to get it. I'm sure these cards are going to answer it because the first thing was right on the money. That the cards really responded to you there. So let's see what we get. Okay. Here's the Three of Cups. And that's interesting. Because that means that when it comes up, cups are about romance, by the way. You see, I told you these cards would respond to you. They're about emotions and affairs of the heart and all. But when asked about a relationship, if cups come up, that's really good. The Three of Cups is here. It means you're probably going to meet somebody through friends. But you're still going to have a little time out. That the next is the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is about taking a break and some time out, but it's not going to last very long this time out because the Wheel of Fortune is there right afterwards, and the Wheel of Fortune is about the situation changing. The next card I have is the Ace of Cups. And the cups, like I said, are about romance. And then there's the Queen of Cups. So this is telling me that it's come. Oh gosh, here's the Four of Cups. I knew these cards would respond to you, because when you asked about career, you got rods, and then you ask about romance, and you're getting cups. The overall thing I've got here is you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but you're probably going to meet somebody, and it's going to be very interesting, and it's going to come out through friends. It's going to be good. Let me ask you this: was that a bad relationship that you were in, the last relationship?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll tell you why I ask you that. And I'm very delicate about that because it could be. There's so many reasons for people being single, and they're not always that. This one, I ask you because there's another cup card here, and that's the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups shows a person who is looking at 3 spilled cups, which is disappointment, and behind her are 2 other cups that are not spilled. So it's about partial disappointment. It's about something that didn't work out, but you're still a little focused on that. The person in the card is still focused on what didn't work. And at some point soon, she's going to turn around and see the other 2 cups, and then she'll find what she wants. So that's overall the impression I have from all of the cards. So you're going to meet somebody through your friends, but it's going to take a little while. It's not going to be terribly long, but it'll be a little bit longer than you would like. But when you do meet this person, it's going to be very good, and it'll get your mind off of what went wrong the last time, because you'll have a very good time. Here, the Knight of Cups, too. See, all these cup cards tell me that there is romance in your future. You can't escape it. You must be a very lovable person, right?
I am. I just try to pick my battles wisely.
Yeah, well, this is something that we all look back on, I guess, and because I think that what happened is probably the oldest question that human beings ever asked, and yet we're still asking it all the time because we don't know what happened, what hit us. Here's the Lover's card, so it's all here. It's all here. You are going to meet somebody through friends, but it'll take a little bit longer than you might be happy with. But it's not terrible. It's not like years. I'm talking about just a little bit longer than you want. That's all. But you will be meeting somebody, and it'll be a very good one. It'll be an interesting relationship because of the Knight of Cups. That's kind of up and down. It's going to be very exciting, is what I'm saying, and you'll enjoy it. But the Knights also, they refer to something new beginning. Good. This is a card I'm glad I got. It's the Ten of Swords. This is a card that says the trouble is over. Whatever unhappiness and discord and doubt and trouble you have from the way the last relationship ended, it's going to be over. You're going to be fine. Okay?
I appreciate that.
So you're headed for a good time. And it's not going to be terribly long. It's just going to feel like you're really ready to go, and it's going to be a little bit longer than you want, but it's worth the wait. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, because it's a very upbeat, very positive reading on both scores. You're going to do well in terms of work, and you're going to do well in terms of romance. So I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, the on-again, off-again host. Usually I'm a recording. And you're probably listening to this as a recording too, but a lot of people are listening live for the first time since February because I have been away. I went out to explore the world of being sick to death. That's one way to look at it. Karen in Washington is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi,
Yeah,
how are
I'm
you
from
tonight?
Wapato, Washington.
Wow, how is it out there today?
Oh, beautiful. I'm in the apple capital of the world.
Oh, brother, I just had an apple the other day, and because I believe in, eating apples, let's face it. So chances are here in New York City, my apples come from your area?
Yep. Yakima
Wow.
Valley.
Well, the Yakima Valley?
Yes.
See, the only thing I know about that is the great stuntman, Yakima Canutt, who was John Wayne's stuntman, and his son was Charlton Heston's stuntman, and that's where I first heard of Yakima. But wow, that sounds like such a beautiful place to be in. What does it look like when the apple trees are all blooming and growing fruit?
Oh, God. Beautiful. We have cherries, apples, peaches, nectarines. We're the fruit bowl.
Wow. I was just telling my wife I have got to get out and get to the store because it's about time we get cherries that aren't from South America because, down there we'll get them off season. But up here we should be getting cherries very soon, and we sure miss that. And they're good for you. Apples and cherries are really good for the health. So what can I look at for you tonight?
My health and well-being.
Okay. Well,
I just got recently diagnosed, and I'm being treated for ulcerative colitis. I've been suffering for over 10 years.
well,
I just got diagnosed in November, but I'm so drained. I'm tired all the time.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because as soon as you said that, the first card I got is the Chariot. And the Chariot shows a person holding it in a small chariot with, sometimes it's horses, sometimes it's a sphinx, but one is black and one is white. And one wants to go this way and one wants to go that way. And the person is working to keep them together and keep it on track. And that's a person who is putting in a lot of effort to be secure. You know what I mean? That it's draining. I was going to ask you if you're very tired a lot. Now that's a duality. We'll get to the good news. That's the duality, though. That's the white, the black. Look at the picture of the card of the Chariot on the internet sometime. If you don't have a deck of cards of your own, you take a look. You'll know exactly what I mean, because it's about a person who's really using all their strength to just keep this thing moving in one direction. The next card I have is the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords represents a stalemate, nothing moving, nothing happening. You feel stuck in one position.
Yes.
The next card I have, and this is the third time I've gotten this tonight, so I'm really happy to see it, is the Sun. Of course, the Sun is we're talking about fruit and vegetables and all of that, that the sun is the source of all that. The sun is the source of all life. The sun is the source of health. And the sun card is about health and growth and happiness and recovering. So it seems to me that that's in your future. Because the next card, this is a very dull, happy reading here, right? Is the world. The card of the world means assured success. So it's telling me that you're working really hard to make it better, to get through it. I really understand what you're going through from personal experience myself. And because I've don't even get me started with the health problems but sometimes you feel like you are holding wild horses and trying to keep them in one direction. And you know that that's almost not a metaphor. That's almost how it really feels. But that situation isn't going to change for a while. That's the Two of Swords, because it's reached a sort of balance. But then healing comes in the sun, and then the world, which is assured success. So I think that from these cards, I'm seeing that the situation is going to break your way. If you can just hang, just hang in there, because it's very good. It's just so the effort is tremendous, and I know that every day it feels like you're running a race, but that's not going to last. Let me see if I get one more card. The Emperor. You're going to be empowered. You are going to be empowered. And there's the Eight of Cups, which means that you're going to leave the bad stuff behind you. So yes, your future is good. The problem is your present is not. But the outcome is going to be good. Just get through. Do what you need to do with your medical team and get through the present, because one day it will be the future, and you'll do well. I've got the Fool here. The Fool is the card of the beloved of God. The gypsies, the Romani people, believe that the person who gets if there were any negative cards in this reading, that will cancel them. See, that's you have divine power and divine protection. So keep that in mind. Seriously, that you've gotten this far, and you're right on the brink of a breakthrough. That's the Sun card. So hang in there, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I also, as I mentioned to the previous caller, at the end of the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. And I'm never going to look at an apple or a cherry again without thinking of you. As a matter, seriously, I mean it. And I truly appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And hey, look at that. We passed the halfway mark, and that's because I spent time babbling at the beginning. So let's unbabble now a little bit and go right down to the next reading, which is Sarah in Montana. Hi, Sarah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. How are you tonight?
I'm great. And yourself?
Well, I'm much better than I have been in the last, like I said, I've been out for 2 months with a flu, but here I am. My nose is a little bit clogged, but I'm okay. Oh, man.
Well,
So,
that.
on top of that, though, we've got this pollen hitting the air now, and I have developed sensitivities to that over the years, which is my heart goes out to people who have had lifelong allergies. I had no idea how much.
It's here too in Montana.
Yeah, well, that's life, right? that's sometimes I wonder if humans are an invasive species, but here we are. So what can I look at for you?
Here we are.
Yeah.
I just am wondering, I'm kind of at a crossroads in my career.
Okay. Well, let's see what I've got here. Well, that's good. This is interesting stuff. The Four of Cups is here. That's an interesting card. That's telling me that there's going to be an opportunity coming your way. You just don't see it yet. But something is happening. It's as a person is looking and thinking and pondering 3 cups, and there's a little cloud off to the side in most of the decks, and a hand is coming out and holding and offering a new cup. So there's something is coming your way. It hasn't made itself clear yet. The Ace of Swords is here, and that's important because this is telling me that you are developing new ways of thinking and new ways of seeing the world and seeing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes,
So that's a tough time.
absolutely.
One of the ways that we can tell, unfortunately, that we are changing is we start losing friends. Okay, what happened to you? You're not the way you used to be. So that's
All right.
well, of course you're not. Because you're changing, but it'll be okay. It will be okay because I see after that the Six of Coins, which is a card of philanthropy in its broadest sense, but it's a card of money coming your way, which tells me that you're going to figure out what to do career-wise to enhance your income. And you're going to be good at it because the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is about a happy home and great success and joy. And here's another insight, which I think I really am happy to see, is the Empress. The Empress is a person who can make things grow and make things, combined with an imagination, the ability to make these things happen. The imagination meaning your new way of thinking, that your mind is growing. But you can translate that into action and you can make things happen. This is why the Empress card, the woman in the card, is always surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that, because this person can make things grow. So you are definitely, your mind is expanding for the better. You're doing okay. There's an offer that's coming your way that you don't even know what it is yet. So you don't have to knock yourself out trying to figure it out. Oh, you'll know it when when it comes your way. You'll know.
I've been presented with an opportunity, and I've been a little hesitant to accept it because I don't know. It's jumping into something that I don't know if I am capable of doing it. I would pretty much be carrying a company.
Wow.
But I know a lot of people love me and I'm well loved, but also it worries me as well.
Well,
I haven't made the.
I understand because it's there was a time, and this cost me a friend, like I was saying about changing, when I was offered the chance to write a show for Broadway, which got very close to Broadway, but unfortunately didn't work. But I was hired.
Very cool, though.
I was hired to write it, and of course, I had no playwriting experience other than I had done some sketches for some shows that were produced here and there, and had some minor stuff produced. But my wife and I had a friend who majored in theater, and he was very upset. Well, why'd they pick you? What makes you think you can do the job? See, now that was the question. Why did I think I could do the job? And my answer to him is, this is what I'll tell you. And I tell this in similar situations. I think it applies. It's not my job to know if I can do the job or not. It's their job. They're the professionals, and they think I can do the job. So if they think I can do the job, who am I to question their wisdom? So I took the job. What can I tell you? And I still own the show to this day, but no, I don't think anything's ever going to come of it. But it was a blast. I had a great time. I met a lot of interesting people, and
that
yet,
sounds like a blast.
and yet there was always this question: why did he pick me? Well, he picked me because he saw something I had written. And it didn't hurt that the Daily News, which is the largest circulation paper here, had written an article about the show that I had written once before, but that was just like a one-man monologue thing. So you see what I'm saying is the point is, you don't know if you can do it or not, but the people who offered it to you, it's their job to know who can do it. So maybe they know something about you that you don't, right? It's worth a shot.
True.
But there's also there is another, like I said, I'm getting signs of another opportunity coming your way. Now that doesn't mean hold off on the other thing, because I would never ever substitute the card's judgment for your own. Just beware that there's something else cooking, and keep your antenna out, because you're going to have choices, and you're going to do well. It's you're growing and changing, and that's a scary thing. And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people won't do that And sometimes sometimes in life it pays to just throw your oars overboard and see where the canoe goes, right? But you're in a good position. You're doing really well. Here's the Knight of Swords, man. That is another good one. The Ace of Swords and the Knight of Swords, all about new activity in the mind. So you're growing. If you feel that you are, the cards are confirming that is what's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm growing in every way, spiritually and just every way in my life that you can imagine. It's definitely
Feels good.
progressing
Feels good.
and it feels
Powerful,
good.
isn't
At times it's scary, but it is very powerful, and it is a little scary, but sometimes I just try to ignore it and just go do whatever I want, and then other times I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't ignore this. I gotta do something,
I know, and I think we're all neurotic creatures anyway, because I don't want to go into this now only because I will talk for 5 hours if we do this, but I believe that thinking is overrated. So that's one of the reasons I'm attracted to tarot, because it cuts through the thinking and it shows us things and lets us see it. But yet, on the other hand, we have to interpret the cards, and that requires thought. So everything is a paradox. I just think that I happen to believe, in this short summary, is that everything wrong in the world today began with somebody saying, hey, I got a great idea to make things better. And, there it is. I mean, like, who knew when they were warned, actually. People were warned when they decided to put windmills out over the ocean in New Jersey, and now loads of whales are washing up dead. And they were told that would happen.
Ooh.
They were told, don't do that. You're going to mess up the whales because of the vibrations and the sound. So, it's just, that's what I just say that thinking is overrated, but we can't help it. We're creatures who think and talk, so the thing is to moderate it a bit. And things like tarot, wow, I'm pausing because I just wanted to pull one more card for you, and this is a spectacular card. But things like tarot get us through the mental chatter and get us right to the heart of the matter. Now, this is a card that indicates that one period of your life is about to end and a new one begin. That's probably what you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what it's a card that scares people because of bad horror movies, but it's not a scary card. It's the death card. And the death card has a sunrise in it. The sunrise indicates that this is the end of one period in your life and the beginning of another one. And that's a marvelous, marvelous thing to have. I don't get that card very often, but you are at the cusp of so much wonderful change coming soon. So this is a very good time for you. Trust yourself.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
You got yourself this far. You're going to get yourself further too. My pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi. Let's see if we can get another one in there, because gosh, I'm having a great time reading here, which is I've been so isolated from humanity for 2 months that this just feels great. Are we going to Kristen in Islip next?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Oh, hi. How are you doing, Kristen? Hi.
I'm good.
Oh,
thank
you're
you.
a neighbor. Out in Islip, New York. You're a neighbor. I'm just off Times Square here in Manhattan.
Oh, okay. Just a short little train right away.
Yeah. So if we survive it, the way things are going in New York these days,
Yeah.
but, it's really not that bad. I look at other cities and I see that, we're not, I know they say New York is the safest city, a big city in the country, but it isn't actually. The stats show quite otherwise, but we're not as bad either. We're slam in the middle there, so anyway, what can I look at for you tonight?
Someone to maybe connect with my mom if possible.
Okay, I'm assuming that she's passed.
Yes.
Okay, is that recent?
It's been 5 years, 5.5 years.
Okay, that's in the scheme of things, that's nothing, right? Let's see.
Feels like forever, but yes.
Yeah, well, that's this is just something I never did before. I got into doing tarot on Ask One Radio. I never thought of doing that kind of a reading. And I figured, why not? Let's give it a try. And I've had wonderful results with it. And I can tell you that they're almost all. I always get the same thing, which
Really?
is sadness followed by happiness. And I try to
Yes,
look for
yes.
direct messages, but there are a few cards that I look for to see if I'm actually getting a message, like obviously the death card or the judgment. Well, here's the judgment card. I was just saying the judgment card, and I've got that. Because pictorially it shows a resurrection, you know, the angel blowing a horn and the souls coming up out of the grave. So let's say that is verification that we are going to make contact.
Okay, great.
And I'll shuffle them again.
But
And
she was saying that she was being judgmental of me.
let me do this, because here it is again. I got the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by three swords, and the heart is crying. See, there's great sadness.
Okay.
But yet I get the High Priestess, which is also a card I look for to verify these readings, because the High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil, meaning the veil between this life and the next.
Right.
And then I have the World, which is a card of success, which is telling me that the spirit feels a degree of achievement at this point.
Okay.
I can't understand these three cards I just got in any way other than this is a message, because it's almost statistically impossible to get these three cards one after the other. I have the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Rods, and the Ace of Coins. To get three aces at one time like that goes against the odds.
Wow.
Aces mean new beginnings.
Okay.
Now, a new beginning. I'm a little flustered because it's just mind-blowing to get these three cards like that. It's telling me that the message is that there's new things coming your way in terms of emotional stuff like romance and well-being and happiness. And then the rods mean work and career and how you earn a living. And then the Ace of Coins, that speaks for itself. You know, it's about money coming in. Money matters. Right. So there's going to be new things happening and successful things happening for you in those three areas. That seems to be the message, you know. But again, the first thing was I'm sad. And then the second one was the card of success, and yet I've gotten through this all right. And now on to you is what the cards are saying. Look for the message I'm getting here is look for good things to come your way in terms of emotional life, financial life, and work life.
That all makes sense, actually.
Well, I'm glad, because, you know, when I do these kind of things, I feel like I'm getting something coming through me, through the cards, and I don't need to know what it's about. You know, I'm just saying, I'm still a little flabbergasted that I got one after the other, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Coins, and the Ace of Rods.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, like I said, the odds are way against getting three of those at once.
Right.
So this followed the pattern. There's the sadness because the loss, we experience the loss. So do they when they go over.
Right.
Look, I hope to stick around as long as I can, but I'm really curious about what happens. And of course, you can read Omar Khayyam. You know, the only way to know is to go. And I'm not that eager to learn at this point, but I will be at some point, I'm sure. But it's always tinged with sadness and yet happiness. So
I believe that makes sense.
So you're entering a good period. A good period. See, now here's the Nine of Swords. That's a card of sorrows. And then that's followed. Well, was your mother a very religious person?
Off and on.
Because I have the Hierophant here, which is a card of religious authority. So who knows? Maybe the spirit is learning about these things. But I'm going to take those three ace cards as meaning that's the spirit's message to you, is that you're about to get good stuff happening your way in terms of these three areas of life.
Okay, great. Definitely use all three of those.
Yeah. Great. So, that's, you can always follow up and let me know how it works out, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. My email I'm so easy to find, but my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. But I'm easy to find through just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and you'll find loads of ways to find me. There's a contact form at my website. You can get through to me through askonradio.com, all kinds of stuff. But I'd be interested to know how this works out, because that's one of the most unusual afterlife readings I've ever gotten. And whoa, I was just about to say the only thing missing is the Ace of Swords. Guess which card I just got? The Ace of Swords. Now you see, there are people who don't believe that I do this anyway, and I've been threatening for a while now to move over to video, and then people can see the cards, and yet still people are going to say, well, you're just doing card tricks, But no, this is the real deal. This is authentic. When I started reading tarot, somebody I had known at that time for about 25 years told me, well, you're just doing card tricks. And I said, you've known me 25 years. Have I ever done a card trick? You never saw me do a card trick. But no, so listen, here it is.
And I heard it in your voice. You were doing it too. I heard like the shock in your voice.
Yeah, I so much for I wanted to be cool, but I couldn't do it. And now with this Ace of Swords coming up, so you got all four of them. You got all four. So the message, there is a direct message here to you, which is that every aspect of your life is going to be getting better. Okay, I've got to run. I've got less than 2 minutes to go. So please, if you want to get in touch with me at any point, do that. And I will be happy to
Thank you so much.
Do a little follow-up for you. My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
And hey, that's it, folks. That's it for this edition, the actual, real edition, not just the rebroadcast edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. My first in 2 months, and we can kiss that flu goodbye, and hope that I can keep my vitamin content comes to bat. But sometimes the old body just gives in to those little viruses, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we will get together next week again. We will. But in the meantime, like I said, you can email me. Any of you want to have a couple of cards pulled on the house, that's fine with me. The email is asktarot@earthlink.net, asktarot@earthlink.net. And check out my website, magic-works.com, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff there. So until we get together next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am your host.